Good morning, Spring Forward Day 2. This is your 10-minute warning, 10-minute warning to market heifers. Good morning. This is your 2-minute warning to market heifers. 2 minutes to market heifers. Our schedule this morning here, we're going to start with our market heifer class, move into our light steers, then heavy steers. Then we will close out the market division with our overall market animal. Following that, we will move into our Galloway classes, and then we will switch back to alphabetical order for the rest of the breeds throughout the day. We've got a full schedule here this morning with 160 breeding heifers coming through our ring. Please gather around the ring and support these great kids with the projects they brought out. We will be starting our Mega Moolah drawdown here this morning with a completion around noon. Tickets are sold out. We have sold out of Mega Moolah tickets. Thank you for your support. All right, folks, let's roll with our market heifer class. We're looking for 3 market heifers. Rinker's looking for his boyfriend, Paul Stafford.
In this first class of market heifers, we've got 3 females, Nolan Chowcraft, Faith Abel, and Jackson Corner. Jackson Corner's got the little black baldy heifer coming in last. Faith is showing the red baldy heifer, and the black heifer being led by Nolan.
Well, good morning. It's sure good to be back here again today. And I tell you what, great way to go ahead and get started with these market heifers. I just side with the young men's black and white one, and I think you can probably see why. Just that big, stout, wide gauge type female here. She's big everywhere, big over the top side of her skeleton. She's pulled apart there out of that center rib. And I think one, this just is square made and boxy as you can make one, while still having all those power parts you're looking for a market heifer. The red and white one right behind her, I tell you what, you've got two that are maybe reading a bit more feminine, a bit more of the breeding type females right here, but this one's just got more body and more mass to her compared to the black one right behind her. I like the length of body, the extension out of the front end on this one. Another one that sits down secure there at the ground off those rear two, and I surely think one that has enough power parts to her to go ahead and slide into the second position. You know, kind of rounding out the class, you've got one that's a little younger, a little greener in terms of that age and that size. One I would like to maybe square up just a bit better off those rear two, wants to throw them outside of herself just a hair, and like to clean her up a bit from hock to ground. But I surely think one that's got enough rib and body right there out of that center rib for me. Just like to maybe pull that one apart just a hair more and square her up a bit more from the hocks down.
Just a note for our market heifers, we will be doing photos following the market class, market overall champion class. Congratulations to ring number 143, Grayson Kiebert with Judy. In reserve, ring number 58, Faith Abel with Red Roots Duchess. In third, ring number 113, Nolan Shellcraft with Jolene. Those are your automatic market heifer champion and reserve as well. Now entering the ring, we're looking for our light market steer class. On deck, we'll be looking for our heavy market steer class, followed by champion steer and then overall champion market animal. We will then be looking for our Galloway class to be on deck.
Coming in the lightweight steer class, we've got Laney Shaw with Bandit. And then the second steer walking in is Paige Haynes with Frank. That's a nice steer. We've got Tyler Tiller with Kelso. And we've got Peyton Hastings with a steer called Steer. And then we have 143, Grayson Hebert with Titan.
Hey, Rank, don't pay the ransom. I escaped. They tried to kidnap me, but I got away to come and help you.
From what I hear, you haven't got your citizenship. You can't even get across the border.
Yeah.
Hockey game was on. Where were you?
Yeah, I forgot my passport, but I'll be on a border patrol show. Took me about a half hour, so that's enough for them to put me on a show.
I heard you had trouble even getting here today. Someone said you got lost.
I did. Yeah, I thought I put the car. They tell me that they have these automatic braking for the cruise control, and they got to start doing automatic steering.
This is a nice set of steers.
Really nice set. I was just about to mention that to you when you look at those. There's a big white rascal back there too.
Yeah, I think he's good for about second.
Yeah, you like that calf in 2-hole.
Yeah.
Well, hello to everybody out in the worldwide broadcast here from Ancaster. This is, I think there's probably going to be close to 2,000 people online today watching our broadcast by the time we're done, Eric.
It may be more depleted as the day goes on, Polly.
Yeah, I'll call all of my friends and your two, and then we'll be good. We'll get close to $2,000.
I can't wait.
I watched the showmanship yesterday, Eric, from home there, and boy, they're getting some deep classes in all age groups, eh?
They really have. You know, you watch young kids now. I mean, they're taking lessons from the older people, older students, but believe me, they're wired in. They're ready for it.
Yeah, you know, I remember it's a long time ago, but when I was a junior, there was always those 2 or 3 or 4 people that you knew were going to be near the top, but now it's just whose ever animal acts that day for them, and boy, there's some talented people.
Right. Right, very much so.
I think a really fun sort, these market steers here. And I tell you what, I just start with the black and white one that just reads a bit more truer and a bit more complete here in this class for me. I'll tell you what, the size and scale of this one right here really just matches kind of his skeletal shape. And I really like just how square and sound he is there at the ground. You step in behind, he's the widest and most pulled apart there out of that hip and pin set. He's huge over the top side of his skeleton. And he's got enough woofiness there to the center rib for me to go ahead and get the nod. Now, I really like this white steer off to the side when he's parked and planted. He's so cool. I like how high-tine and neat he is there out of that neck and that chest floor. He's cool there when he's parked and planted, and I really like the angles to him there as well. When you pull this guy into motion, he doesn't set down quite as soft on those rear two as the one right ahead of him, and I wish I could pull him apart just a hair more underneath, but that's a really cool made steer right there that's going to have a lot of fun and success for that young lady there. One in third, one I really liked when I when they first walked in. I said, man, this is just a stout, good made type calf that has got some rib and some mass and some body to him as well. Pulling him into motion, he just wants to get a bit more upright from hock to ground. I wish I could square him up just a hair more there and pull him apart just a bit more out of that hip and pin set as it gets just a little rounder there. But that's going to be a good feeding type steer for that young man there. And then kind of rounding out, you've got a black steer here. You've got two that were maybe a bit greener, a bit harder in terms of their body here. One that gets a bit more upright off either end there out of his angles, a bit straighter there out of his shoulder, a bit straighter there off those rear two. But one that kind of compared to the one right behind him has just got just a hair more to him. He's a bit deeper there in his flank. He's got a bit more body and mass and just a shade more back over the top side of his skeleton. And then round out the class, young lady's black and white steer. I like how just this one is so elevated out of his chest floor. He's high-tined. He's neat and cool there out of his head, neck, and shoulder. One that's got some length of body, but one that's just a shade too green for me here today. I wish I could deepen him out of his flank, pull him apart there out of that center rib, and square him up just a hair off those rear two. But a good way to go ahead and round out the class.
Leading off that light market steer class is ring number 116, Peyton Hastings. In second, ring number 16, Paige Haynes with Frank. In third, ring number 109 with Jackson Corner and Bruno. In fourth, ring number 76, Tyler Tellier with Kelso. In fifth, ring number 114, Lainey Shaw with Bandit. Now entering the ring, we're looking for our heavy steer class.
So, Rank, while we're talking about, or got the steer show going on, I noticed that they just had the sale for the champion steer at Houston yesterday.
I wouldn't have given over $1.5 million.
That's exactly, you would have got it because it was $1.5 million. And congratulations on being the runner-up bidder.
Thank you. I did it for the kids.
Yeah, no, that's it's impressive, I'll tell you.
Okay. No, they've had some outstanding steer shows and sales down in the U.S. recently.
It's amazing too, and those are the slick shear shows, and it's kind of cool just to see what those steers do look like when they're how level top they are, and still how tight chested they are.
Oh yeah. Hey, let's talk about meat and muscle. Don't worry about that tight chest. How much muscle have they got, Paulie?
Well, I know everybody says that brisket tastes good in that, but they don't seem to like that at a steer show. I had some brisket on Broadway in Nashville one night, and they told me it was really good.
Only you, Paulie. Only you.
Yeah, it was a good brisket.
Paulie, you forgot to announce 6 kids in this class.
You got some variety here with quality of and style of steers here, Eric.
But which one do you like, Paulie?
Well, I think maybe I'd probably end up going with this back calf here, the Jackson Corner steer with the brockle face. Would be my pick.
Pretty well balanced, isn't he?
Yeah, really nice calf.
And then the calf at the far end.
Yeah, I think he's bringing her in.
Yeah.
I think maybe just a little more frame for him than what he seems to be looking at. Boy, they sure do a good job getting these cattle ready.
Get the nod up front here, and I think two that are kind of colored up and cool. I like the young man steer here, and I just think one that's just as square as you can make one and still be just so good there off those rear two. He's got some body and mass, and I like how pulled apart he is there out of his middle rib, and sure got that cool show steer look there from the side. He's probably the best moving out here today, and the most truest and the most correct there out of his skeleton and that shape, that foot there at the ground. But I surely think a good made, good moving steer that's got enough body and mass for me to go ahead and get the nod today. Young lady's right behind him. I think another one that's a good made, good structured type steer that's good there out of his angles. Wish I could maybe just give him a bit more flex there from hock to ground. Just gets a bit more upright there, especially from hock to ground there. But I surely think one that's got enough for me here in terms of that power. He's a shade bigger there out of that hip and pin set than the one right ahead of him, and does it in a nice package right there. Just wish I could upgrade those rear two just a hair. One right here, just the biggest in terms of body and mass here. He's the most pulled apart up high, but he takes that to a bit much of an extreme. He's straighter off of that angle to that shoulder. He's straighter from hock to ground. He splays out the most off either end underneath. I just wish I could upgrade him in terms of his structure. Yes, these things got to feed good, and they got to do good when they hang the rail, but guys, they got to be able to move around, and that one's struggling there today, just in terms of the angles of his skeleton. And then rounding out the class, young lady Charolais steer here. I know how these feed. I know how these grow. I raised a lot of these there at my house, but I surely tell you one that's not 12 o'clock today, just in terms of that body and mass. He will get there. He's going to grow and pull apart. Just a bit too green right there behind the shoulder today, but I surely like the length of body and extension on that one there for sure.
Leading off this class of heavy market steers is ring number 109, Jackson Corner with Titan. In second, ring number 116, Peyton Hastings with The Pet. In third, ring number 75, Brooklyn Tellier with Randy. And in fourth, ring number 70, Erica Roselle with Dolph. Now ask the top two placings from our light and heavy steers to come back for our market steer champion class.
So we're coming in for champion steer here, Eric, and then I guess I'll bring the heifers in and go for overall market animal.
Set of steers have got pretty much the same kind of pattern to them, haven't they, Paulie?
Yep, they do, and I think we're going to we'll probably end up going with this heavier weight calf here at the back. It would be my guess when we're looking at the two as they get them out here.
Yeah. I'm sure you're using the swag method on that one. Scientific, wild ass.
That's, I think I might have picked him in class, too, if I'm not mistaken. That young lad showed a calf in the first class that you might have picked.
Very favorably.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a nice set of steers, though.
We bring
Very
these
uniform.
back out here for the drive, and I tell you, folks, this is a awesome set of steers, and I just think some 4 steers here that are square and boxy and good made. Got enough show steer look, but man, they do the small things right, and that's have the body, the mass, the width that you need to go hit the rail. There's a couple out of these first place divisions that are very nice. They're square made, they're good looking, they move right, they do right. And I'm going to go out and select your champions and reserve, but let's go ahead and give these youngsters a big round of applause.
Congratulations to ring number 109, Jackson Corner with Titan, your champion market steer. Our reserve champion steer going to Peyton Hastings. Congratulations.
Well, what do you think here, Eric? Are boys going to reign supreme, or is going to take that nice profile in Heifer?
I think the Heifer's probably got a little more power to it at this point in time. The steer's really got a super silhouette to him. Be a nice.
Well, it's
toss
neat
here.
when you bring the market heifers back in here. You know, a lot of times when you judge these all over the place, it's either right there on par, it's a little bit off. But I surely think these come in here and make a real nice touch to the overall market class and all. But guys, let's put our hands together for these young ones, and I'm going to go out and show you the champion reserve market animal.
Congratulations to Jackson Corner with your champion market animal.
You bet, Eric. Well, Eric,
Reserve
he's a
champion market
equal
animal today going to
opportunity judge.
Grayson Kiebert with his market heifer Judy.
We're going to slide
Congratulations.
in.
We're going to do a photo break here for our market division, and then we're going to get started with our Galloways. Let's have all of our Galloways at ringside. First heat of Angus can likely start making their way towards the ring.
So, Eric, I just wanted to tell you, just in case you were wondering, Nikki had told me that there was going to be a camera on us, and so I shaved. And I wasn't due to shave till April 3rd. So it really threw my calendar off of my schedule. So I don't know what I'm going to do now. Do I still go ahead with my regular schedule?
I'd save the blades. I wouldn't be using them yet.
Okay, because it says those are the days that you cut hair to slow the growth.
So, Paul, what do you think about the this show in general? Are you pro or against, or how do you feel about it when you've got to try to get these heifers bred? Really takes some pretty keen management, doesn't it?
I think so, but I think you could still get them looking pretty good at this time of year and not have them too fat. Hopefully the guy officiating understands that. But if they take a break now, they probably should be breeding coming up here in another week to start for those January heifers.
Oh, no, I agree 100%. I think that we're going to see cattle, different kinds of amount of cover on them today. Some of these cattle are going to be a little leaner, a little fresher. And then some of these cattle are really, really ready, particularly if they were shown last year's baby calves, a little easier to maintain at this point. But
I think
we're going to see different shapes.
one time, or a little bit that I see, Eric, too, is the type of feed that they get. Some people have more condition on their cattle, but maybe not as much fat in certain spots as compared to other people.
Right. And that's all a part of management.
Could be, and it could also be in the pedigree of some of the cattle too. With some of these EPDs show the fat numbers and that, and maybe the back fat numbers, and maybe that needs to be taken into consideration too, because I think we are getting a little closer on our accuracies with our EPDs as we keep putting information in.
Oh, I agree 100% with that. I mean, the more we use it, it's just another tool, Paulie, we've got to use. If we go strictly on phenotype, sometimes we can get out there on a tangent and maybe have cattle that maybe want to get a little frailer for us than what we really need. And we're going to find out we've got to have cattle with a little more stoutness to them and just a little more rib and capacity, a little easier keeping. They're going to make better mamas.
Yeah, I know that we've had a few, some cattle we've bought that were, maybe right at the top end of the condition, and when they calved as 2-year-olds, they kind of disintegrated. And I know up in Arnprior, when we're just feeding dry hay and we don't supplement our 2-year-olds, it sure hurts. I do, when we're talking about the EPDs, Eric, one of the things that I noticed that the most show rules, so in the Herefords for their Mark of Excellence shows, I see that they've put in that the judge, if he prefers, can have access to EPDs now. That is based on the judge alone, not the show committee or whatever. They can. So if I'm judging a show at in Quebec for the Moe show, the Mark of Excellence show, if I want the EPDs to be shown, I can request that ahead of time so I can see what the EPDs are, especially when it comes to the bulls out there. And you want to, if you're worried about calving ease and birth weight a little bit, you might be able to, that might sway you a little bit, and maybe it won't, but at least you have them there that you can access and see whether they're fit if the numbers match the body.
Oh, I agree with that, Paul. I think that EPDs are really, really important, and they're here forever. Would you buy a bushel of corn from me if I told you it's going to yield 200 bushel to the acre? Or would you buy the bag of corn from me and I said it was going to do 300 bushel to the acre?
Well, no offense, Eric, I wouldn't buy anything from you, but I would take the 300 bushel for sure. Yes, of course.
You keep your money in the pocket's what you're trying to say.
If it was guaranteed, of course I would. But no, I definitely agree with you. I always say the first have to pass the eye test, and then after that, make sure the numbers are in line, especially for the breeding aspect of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's difficult to find bulls to breed to heifers, and you still want to keep some performance in them, but you got to get that calving ease.
I think we've seen it this year all over in Canada, where calving ease bulls have been a lot more received. Guys are looking for bulls that are going to work on these large groups.
Yeah, I guess finally come to the conclusion that a live calf is going to sell for more than one that doesn't make it. Even if it is lighter than the rest of the group, you might take a little bit of a hit on that first calf crop, but you're getting that live calf out of that 2-year-old and getting her working.
And I think to an extent, though, Polly, numbers really don't lie. I mean, we can have cattle today that can be lighter on birth weight, and yet if you study their performance data and study their EPD profile, they can actually go ahead and compete really, really well with cattle that are higher on birth weight.
I know, yeah, I agree, but I know that I used a lighter birth weight bull and never really paid as much attention to his calving ease. And his calving ease wasn't extremely high. And I did have to help that first calf heifer. So I've really started to put maybe a little more emphasis on that calving ease number, trying to get it up into double digits as much as the birth weight, because we've got a heavier birth weight bull, and we haven't pulled a calf. And maybe it's just the angle or the design of the calf coming out, but they would be 95 to 105 pound calves.
Right.
But they came unassisted.
Calving ease direct is really the way to look at that, Polly, when it's all said and done. I agree 100%. You can have an 80-pound calf or you can have a 90-pound calf, and the 80-pound calf could come out like a block. But at the same token, if we look at calving ease direct, and that's how sometimes when we see these bulls that they're trying to sell semen on, we'll see them relatively decent on birth weight, and yet the calving ease direct number is really low. You could be all over the map when you start calving these cattle out.
Yeah, and I think that was the issue that Laura and I had at home. And maybe just for people listening, in case there are some people that are a little bit confused, there's two EPDs. There's a calving ease direct and a calving ease maternal. So maybe you could explain that to people. Go ahead. So basically, the calving ease direct is that bull. This is what his calf out of that cow is going to be. Where the calving ease maternal, that's the calving ease that his daughters will show as when they're calving, compared to the direct calf off of that bull. It's how his mamas will calve out as they get into production. Do you?
Well,
in your program, Eric, with the Angus, do you spend a lot of emphasis on the calving ease maternal, or do you just more, like you said, on the calving ease direct?
Probably more on the calving ease direct. And I think when you go ahead and start scheming across all the numbers in the profile, really, if you want to get down and dirty real quick, you can look at $C and $M and kind of keep those numbers in sync. They don't have to be extreme in any way, but you just don't need to screw up. You don't want to be using a bull don't want to be using any bulls out there that are going to get you a 60 on your
weaning weight.
Yeah.
Yep.
If your weaning weight's screwed up, then you're out to lunch all the way around.
Yep. Well, I just wonder sometimes when you're talking about the birth weight, if those calves, if you're keeping them for replacement heifers and you keep keeping them every year, are you making your cow herd smaller? Or I know that the Herefords have a mature cow weight EPD too, so I just wondered if all of that stuff, if you can kind of keep that in the middle of the road, would that be more of what you're looking at?
Oh, exactly. We don't need to be using cattle that get off the Richter scale on frame size and that kind of thing. That's when you're going to run into a wreck. We don't need to be looking for midgets either. Keep cattle kind of middle of the road on their numbers and on their pattern, structural pattern.
I
All right, we're ready to
think
roll
you
with
and I have
number
been
one
through
of
that before,
Galloway's.
where the belt bucket cattle, and then they were chasing the real extremes, and we got really, really tall, and we forgot that we were breeding beef cattle, and then we brought them back down, and I kind of think we got them on the right path now of these cattle. I think they're pretty good.
I hope so. I really do. I think in some cases we can see cattle that are in the show ring that can get just a little bit on the wild side, a little more extreme yet, a little flatter made, but they're pretty as heck. And that can really throw off a lot of people. But just use good, sound, useful cattle. They're structurally right. We're going to see a group of heifers here today. And I think all these breeds, I had an opportunity to walk to the barn, and I think we're going to see some really good cattle from all breeds. And we've got the Galloway cattle coming in here right now. And guess what? From the standpoint of uniformity, these cattle are all very much the same kind of size and cut. This will be a nice group of heifers to look at.
Heat 1 of Galloway is here, are April 1st to May 28th.
So in this Galloway division, we're starting off the first heifer that's just going to come into view on your screen here. Just coming up the far side is Casey Dawson, and she's got Birtdale Nadine. And then she'll be followed by Dylan Garrettson with Suncrest, Not a Chance. We'll be going up the far side there. And then we've got a dun-colored heifer, the Sophia Blake, with Suncrest, Nobody Knows. And we're going to end up the class with two Belties. We've got a Katie Cocking with Two Bridges Nellie, and Emma Smith with Two Bridges Nora. So those April 1st to May 28th. I think maybe some of these cattle are starting to get into more of the crossbreeding, and I know some guys used to use some partial breeding of the Galloways, because I'm getting attacked. Where's security? By a lot of steer guys, maybe for their quality of some carcass traits with marbling, maybe, Eric, and some hair into them as well for the show steers.
Yeah, but the best thing about this group of heifers that are out here right now, Paula, if you look at them from the standpoint of their silhouette and their shape and their bone, they're all kind of cut the same way with their front ends. And every breed's going to be a little bit different as far as what they think is ideal as far as frame size. And I think this breed of cattle here have been very, very persistent in trying to bring out a product that are very, very consistent all the way through. And kudos go to, you got to help me with his name, Clay. Clay was a
Saskatchewan Clay?
Clay was a big Galloway breeder back in from Ontario here, and boy, he promoted those cattle.
Black hat.
Yeah, Clay with the black hat. Yes, he did. But honestly, his name's just slipped my mind here. But boy, he was a great promoter of the Galloway breed.
No, and it's really neat to watch. There's not many families that are involved in the Galloways here in Ontario, but the ones that are, my goodness, has got.
I tell you what, good way to go ahead.
Huge
and get the
families.
Galloways started off
And,
with. I tell you, I
these
started
girls
a young
really
man,
do a good
she
job
just
of showing
kinda
these
walks in
cattle.
and demands your
Yes, for
attention.
sure.
She's so good there out of her angles. I like her there out of her lines. She glides so good and easy off either end, so soft off those rear two, and gets out and reaches and flexes off that front end too. I like the width of body, and I like how just big and soft she is there out of that center rib, while still being just so neat and level there from hooks to pins. And I surely think a good feminine type female that can go ahead and get the nod to win. The young lady's coming in right behind her. Guys, I think one that's real neat, they're out of her lines too. I like just how cowy and maternal she is there about her head and neck, how big and pulled apart she is there out of that center rib. And man, she gets out and goes plenty good enough for me, and I like the big, long step that she takes off those front two. I wish we could square up just a hair more and make her a bit neater there from hock to ground, but that's just getting kind of picky on a good made, good level spine one right there. Young lady's coming here in the third. Guys, one that's got some traits you like. I like the levelness from shoulders back, and I like how cowy and maternal she is there up front. She's got enough rib shape and body to me, but I wish this one, I could lay her back in her angles just a hair. She gets a bit more upright from hock to ground, gets a bit more upright to the angle to her shoulder. Just wish we could lay those back just a shade. Young lady's brown heifer here. She's got a ton of rib to her here. I like the whip over the top side of her skeleton. She's big and bold there out of that from hooks to pins. But I just wish I could just kind of make her a bit neater. Wish I could lengthen her there out of her head and neck. Wish I could lay her back to the angle to her shoulder. But I surely think a nice one leaving there. And then rounding out the class, a nice, youthful, feminine-fronted one right here. She's long and extended. She's flat-shouldered. She's good there out of her lines. But I just wish one that was a bit more pulled apart. She gets a bit greener there to her center rib and a bit plainer there out of that lower leg. But wish I could just have just a bit more of that heifer there.
Leading off that first heat of Galloway heifers is ring number 49, Dylan Garrettson with Suncrest, Not a Chance. In second, ring number 128, Emma Smith with Two Bridges, Nora. In third, ring number 85, Casey Dawson with Birtdale, Nadine. In fourth, ring number 48, Sophia Blake with Suncrest, Nobody Knows. In fifth, ring number 127, Katie Cocking with Two Bridges, Nellie. Now in the ring, we have our second heat of Galloway heifers, age March 1st to March 18th.
Yeah, Paulie, in this second class, we've got heifers that are all born in March. The first heifer leading off is Haley Dawson with Cranberry Hill Nugget. Second is James Smith with Big Deal Next Fifi. Third is Logan Chan with Suncrest Nellie. And fourth is Taylor Smith with Glendiddy Not Late.
Okay, Eric, just came to me. It was Clay Salter was the well-known Galloway breeder that just spent the majority of his life promoting the Galloway breed. But I really like these heifers coming in here, Eric. You're right about the outlines and the cut to them.
Yeah, I mean, compared to some other breeds we're going to see today, we can look at these cattle and say maybe they're not carrying as much condition in this class as some cattle we're going to see, but they're cattle that are really pretty structurally right, really sound in their makeup. We've got a dun-colored heifer leading off that class right now, and then three black heifers.
Yeah, I really like that heifer.
The dun heifer.
Yeah, the dun heifer's a nice heifer.
Yeah. Pretty stout, isn't she?
Yeah, she's maybe the most robust in her rib cage that we've seen of the heifers out here in the Galloway breed.
Right.
And we were wrong, Eric. Again.
You were wrong, Paulie.
No, I've never been wrong before.
I tell you what, I really like
I thought I was wrong once, but I was mistaken. I wasn't.
Cowy type female. I tell you one, this is as broody as you can make one. Super soft and big there out of that center rib. She's really good made off either end in terms of that skeleton.
Told you I wasn't wrong.
Lines, she's just that big, cowy, broody type female right there that's going to do a lot of good in the breeding pen for that young lady there. The one right behind her, you could flip up that second and third, but I just feel like this one's just a bit better and a bit softer there out of that center rib. She's a bit cooler there in her lines underneath, and I like her up high. She's a maternal type female that that's good enough in terms of her angles off either end for me. Wish I could maybe just square up a bit off those rear two, but I surely think one right there that's going to be a good breeding piece to that young lady there. Still kind of neat and tied in real nice up front. Young man's right behind her. I think another one that's high tying and flat shouldered and got a neat maternal look there from the side. She gets a bit plainer in her lines underneath. She's a bit more tubular there in her rib cage. Wish I could soften that and make her a bit deeper there to that center rib, but one that can get out and go plenty good enough for me. And then the young man's rounding out the class. I think one that's youthful and feminine up front. She's flat shouldered. She's good there out of her lines. But I surely think one that struggles the most off either end here. She's a bit straighter there from hock to ground. She's straighter out of that front shoulder. She's a bit out there at her knee and kind of opens up there out of her shoulder. Wish we could just fix her there from a structure standpoint, but I surely think a youthful one there leaving the class.
Our second heat of Galloway heifers, leading off with ring number 84, Haley Dawson with Cranberry Hill Nougat. In second, ring number 86, Taylor Smith with Glenfiddich Not Late. In third, ring number 87, James Smith Jr. with Big Deal Next Fifi. In fourth, ring number 54, Logan Schlond with Suncrest Nelly. Now entering the ring is our third and final heat of Galloway heifers. These are aged January 1 to February 16.
And the last class of Galloway breeding heifers, we have two Februarys, 2 Januarys. First heifer leading off is Sophie Blake with Suncrest Natalie. The second heifer coming in is Casey Dawson with Cranberry Hill Newsflash. The third heifer is Kyle Gertson on Suncrest Nova. And the fourth is Dylan with Suncrest Nora.
I think one of the things that you will notice here, just looking, Eric, we've got 3 of the 4 heifers are Suncrest breeding, and like we spoke earlier, that's Clay's farm. So just wanted to reiterate to show you how much promoting he has done on this breed and how much it's appreciated by these kids, I could tell.
We even have a red out there.
Yes, we do. Now, we haven't had too many negative texts sent in about the EPD, so I'm wondering if the people are finally admitting that maybe it is a good tool to use, or if we're going to get yelled at.
Don't stir the pot. Leave well enough alone.
Sorry, guys. I'm waiting for Huey Ross to text me. I haven't heard from him.
Oh, isn't this a beautiful facility?
It's probably the best one in our province for sure. Very impressive. The barns are really great. High ceilings here, nice and it's light for showing. Real good footing. I think the kids. Kids got to enjoy this.
Oh, and the sponsorships. You see
I think a
around the
class
ringside.
where you got some very similar
that's
in terms
impressive.
of that size. You
There's
kind of
that
gotta
red
break
heifer
down
for you,
in
Eric.
terms of that skeleton and what's going to do you right for a long time. I just really like just how flexible this red female is there out of her front end. She's so pliable there out of her spine, and I like how she goes off either end too. She's just a good broody maternal type female that's got a ton of rib and body there to her center portion of her. But I just surely think one that in this class just reaches and goes ultra good there out of that front end. She's soft and bold there to that center rib, sure flat and neat there about her shoulder up front. I think one right behind her that probably does the second best in terms of just getting out there and going. She's cowing enough to me in that center rib. Wish I could deepen her just a hair there out of that flank line, but I surely think one that's good there out of her line. She comes off square there out of her hip and upper pin set, but I surely think one right there that maybe we just need just a hair more to her. And then kind of coming there into third, I think it's the same conversation for her. I like her lines. I like how just neat and level she is there, shoulders back. She comes off good out of the top side of her tail head. And one that's cool enough up front for me. She maybe takes that maybe a bit too straight in terms of that angle. She gets a bit straighter there from hooks to pins down. but I surely think one that's just very plain there out of that center rib and those lines underneath. I wish we just had a bit more bulk and a bit more just softness to that center rib. And then round out a class, one that just kind of gets a bit out-horsed in this class. She's a bit greener there to that center rib. She's a bit greener kind of everywhere, but one that's feminine and youthful up front. But she's one, too, that gets a bit straighter there off either end. Like to lay her back in her angles and make her a bit more comfortable moving off either end.
Our third and final heat of Galloway Heifers, led off by ring number 85, Casey Dawson with Cranberry Hill Newsflash. In second, ring number 48, Sophia Blake with Suncrest Natalie. In third, ring number 49, Dylan Gerritsen with Suncrest Nora. In fourth, ring number 50, Kyle Gerritsen with Suncrest Nova. Now entering the ring, we're looking for the top 2 placings from our Galloway classes to come back for Champion Galloway Female. We're looking for Heat 1 of Angus Heifers to be on deck and ready to go.
Well, Eric, it's nice to look around the ring this early and see this many people out. I know some people like my brother would still be in church, but, you know, getting closer to noon, we'll get a few more people out. But our old buddy Tom Coulter is here. He made the trip from Coburg today, so it's always nice to see some veterans of the show ring out to watch these kids.
Yeah, that's great, Paulie. Tom, I met him outside a few minutes ago. He told me he apologized for being so late, but whoever his Uber guy was just couldn't get the job done, you know.
Yeah.
Get him here on time.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have if they hadn't stopped for breakfast at McDonald's 2 or 3 times.
I'll be frank with you. I don't see too many belted Galloways or Galloways in general in my part of the world. And when I do, they call them Oreo cows, like the one up front there on the left. But I surely think this is just an awesome set of these Galloways right here, and I surely think something to be proud of and take home and have a lot of success and a lot of future out of all of these. I've got 2 slots I can pick, but let's be sure to give all these youngsters a big round of applause, and I'll go out and find you a grand reserve.
Congratulations to Haley Dawson with Cranberry Hill Nougat.
That Dunn heifer's really complete, isn't she, Polly?
Yes, she is. I like her quite a bit. That's nice for that young girl. That's a really nice heifer. So we'll wait and bring this second place heifer from that class in and see what he does between these 3 that are left. He's going with that
in
young
reserve,
April
number
heifer.
49, Dylan Gerritsen with Suncrest, Not a Chance. After a brief photo break, we'll be coming back for Heat 1 of Angus Heifers. The sponsors for this class are the Brant Cattlemen's Association and Jones Feed Mills. If there's representatives from these businesses that would like to make their way to the photo area, please do so now.
Well, Eric, we're getting into in the middle of bull sale season, probably on the home stretch now, but boy, the prices have been really strong out west on their big bull sales.
Well, it's been outstanding everywhere. I mean, sales here in Ontario, a young man had 25 bulls in the sale, and I think he averaged close to 12,000 here on his bulls, and that certainly was up from what he's been in the past, and we're going to see that same trend just continue on.
Well, if you really
at this time, we'd like to recognize a few of our sponsors.
Boil it down, you're sitting with
Clark Family
$4,000 for a calf. You know, that's the price of 3 calves to buy a bull. So cattle are doing selling really well, but now's not the time to cheap out on a bull. This may be the time to really improve and just get the best bull that you can get.
You bet. I agree 100%. Now we're going to go into the Angus breed. We've got about 35 head of heifers in this division. And there'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes of Angus heifers.
Well, Eric, the texts are starting to flow in here about our EPD discussion. Some people think I'm stirring the pot, but I would never do that. I don't know why they would think that. And the other one was my brother just texted me. He is home from church, but he has us on mute. But I'm trying to figure out how he knew what I was talking about him.
I think in the first class, Paula, we've only got one Angus heifer, and she's an April or a May 24th heifer, and she's going to be a daughter of Executive Decision, shown by Grayson Keebert.
Just in case you people don't know that Eric has been in the Angus business all his life, and there's a really well-known Angus sales manager by the name of Tom Burke, and he calls Eric a true Angus disciple. He's a true Angus disciple, he is. So, Eric, I do want to say one thing. Back in, it was quite a few years ago when you were accepted to or got asked to judge Denver. What's the difference of those cattle? Because I can't remember. I don't know what year it was. Than what you see now, as far as maybe in comparison to the rest of the beef breeds with the Angus.
That's pretty hard to say, Paul. To be relevant on that, it's all how you perceive it. I mean, at that point in time, the cattle that were being selected and used were still the best of their own kind. And we can say now, whoa, we made a big boo-boo at that point in time, but maybe we didn't. I mean, we had to work with what we had out in the ring in front of us. And it's really easy to go ahead and put a pattern together when you get to a major show like that, because judges don't make the patterns. The people that are breeding cattle make the patterns.
Boy, I'm glad you brought that up, because I always, when I'm judging, you pick the best animal, and you don't try to move that class and try to make them all the same, because you just can't. You don't have that ability as a judge.
No, that's right.
And I think that you're talking about those cattle in the 80s and 90s, we did have to get more frame into those Angus, because we called them the belt buckle cattle. Like, they were small, and we did have to, if they were going to be relevant with the new continental breeds coming in, I think they did have to get more frame to them. And I think that's kind of what's helped the Angus now. It's just taken a while.
Oh, yeah. I think that every breed is noted for one trait that sticks out over other breeds. I mean, you talk about your British breed cattle right now, and we're talking about maternal breeds. We talk about continental cattle. We're talking about cattle that are going to be more muscular, more performance-oriented. And now we got to just take the best of the best that we can find, keep them right.
Well, it's just interesting to see. We had a few recips that we didn't put eggs in last year, and I don't even know, actually, Eric, what their breeding was. They come from the Midwest, and so they probably have some mane, and they were black cows. But to run our Hereford bull out with them and to see the calves that come out, wow, that was really impressive to have that hybrid vigor in them, to see, like, they were really, really good muscular cattle.
Oh yeah. Heterosis is a tough thing to beat. I mean, we can all say, well, we've got the breed that can do it all. And in many cases, we do have cattle within the breed that can do it all. But at the same time, when you go ahead and try to compete against heterosis, it makes it so much easier to become a rocket scientist in a hurry.
I understand. And I guess that's the thing that's always puzzled me, is we'll take a bull and a female in a purebred breed and think, yeah, we'll take the best of both and get a really good calf, and they come out, and that doesn't work that way. But when we take two different breeds of cattle and breed them together, it seems like the best of each one of those comes out. And I'm not really sure why that is.
Expression's a funny thing when you try to work with genetics. It really is, and it's so easy. You look at some of our bull sales today. We're selling half-blood cattle. I'm not going to say what breed they might be, but they're literally half-blood cattle, and they're bringing really good prices right now, only because they're good cattle.
I agree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. But it's funny that happens. Oh, we got two heifers coming in here, Eric. They threw a curveball at us.
We're looking for 143. Polly, the committee made a mistake. There's only one heifer, and
Yeah.
the heifer was scratched. So
And-
now we're on class number 2. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heifers in there. We have McKinley Hutchison on Blue Shoe Queen 1N. She's an April 24th heifer. We have Avery Broadfoot coming in second with Broadway Opal 3N. She's an April 22nd. We have Chelsea Stevens with an Encore daughter. We have Emily Hartle with an Conley A1 daughter. That's the 4th heifer walking in the ring. We have Brielle Ormanston with JDL Allegra 2N. We have Grace Knox with FLC Nothing But Net. Must be a hockey player. Anyway, Ella Noonan's coming in last heifer walking in the ring with Las Vegas Sarah's Dream 2537.
I would say more likely a basketball player, Eric, and I can't believe you didn't catch that about Nothing But Net. Actually, though, I should know that because you only hit the rim and never did sink any baskets when you were playing. A lot of people don't know that about Eric, but he did play basketball when he was growing up, and I could just see him with the sweatband on his head and the shorty shorts and the Hanson brother glasses that he'd be wearing while he was playing. Anyway,
you just like the tape on my glasses, didn't you?
Let's start analyzing this class here. Let's start looking at these Angus heifers. We're, again, kind of the same pattern like you're saying.
We were just told we do not have to look out in the ring. We've got a big screen right in front of us.
Yeah.
So
I wondered what that was. I didn't know. I was sitting there wondering
I
if
thought
we
they
were.
looked familiar.
They do. Where did those cattle come from? All right.
A nice class of very even cut kind of females.
All Aprils, Eric? Yep.
All Aprils.
All
April
Aprils
24th
here,
to
so.
April the 2nd.
It'd be interesting to maybe as a evolution of this show would be kind of cool if it was a little later in the year to have like a futurity to be able to for these kids to bring back these heifers as a 2-year-old with their calf.
I think that'd be great, Paulie.
Yeah, and
Let's bring that up
let
at the
the-
next meeting. Yeah.
Yep, let them. And then we can really see how these cattle that were judged, if they do go on to
To make mamas.
Yep, to make mama cows. It would be interesting to see if that happens. I'm not sure where, but I always thought, with our junior heifer show at Toronto and that it would be a nice class to have. So we've got an Encore out there, an A1, and I'm not sure what that first heifer is there, Eric. I can't quite get that that number of that young lady. Would that be another A1 out there in the front, that top heifer? Is she an A1 out of the...
Could be a Brookings Firebrand, but don't quote me on
Okay,
that.
well, we brought in the Encore.
That's Chelsea Stevens that just came in.
Yeah, we're down to, they're both A1s that are left here, Eric.
Okay.
One would be out of a Campbell co-daughter. Maybe, I think she was one of the heifers that we watched here a couple of years ago. A really nice heifer shown by the Nostats.
Okay.
I'll
And then,
tell you what,
so
this
she
is
was
a black
second.
pool class
And
of
then
Angus heifers.
Emily Hartle won the class with her A1 daughter.
Really good. This young lady
A1
right here,
out of a
the
Clark
pink
cow.
vest on, I just think one that just is wow. She is so neat there off either end, and she just gets out here and glides so good, so cool, and so neat. And I just think one that's put together today. She's so neat and feminine there up front. She's so tucked up in her chest, and I think one that's just as good out of her lines as you could make one, and one that you really, really got to appreciate for the Angus breed. And just, man, she puts it in a cool package here today. The one right behind her, I think one that really kind of fits that silhouette just as good as you can make one, too. Another moderate frame female that you get my look right here. She is so soggy there out of that center rib. I think just moderate and cowy there from the side. And one that's so good there out of her lines, too. And I like the foot and legs she puts down there. The young lady gets her head pulled up high. She really sucks up and has a really cool head and neck there. She sits so high on the top side of her shoulder, so tucked up there in her chest. And I surely think another one that's a really cool made package right here. I wish just at times when she sits down, I wish she could sit down with just a bit more authority off those rear twos. She gets a bit timid at times, but not far enough to slide her down any farther. But I surely think just a good package, good made female type there. Young lady's coming into third. I think she was a bit longer, taller one compared to the two right ahead of her. She comes out of that shoulder and that front end a bit higher and a bit taller than the two right ahead of her. And I like how good she is there out of her lines. At times I wish I could put that tail head down just a hair and pull her apart just a bit more right behind her shoulder. But I surely think a good long-bodied type female that's going to be a great breeding piece in that young lady's program there. Coming into, fourth and fifth, and I think two right here that really kind of that have the same moderate frame type package. This one right here in fourth's a bit neater there, how she puts her shoulder in how she puts her neck into the top side of her shoulder. She comes a bit cleaner there out of her line, shoulder back. I just wish we had just a bit more there out of that center rib for her. Young lady's coming right next. One that's showing a bit of age there out of that chest floor right there. Coming a bit harder there out of that brisket right there too. But I surely wish one I could crank up a bit higher on the top side of her neck. She comes in a bit plainer there out of her shoulder. And one I wish I could just maybe soften up just a bit right there behind her shoulder and soften her up off those rear too. But I surely think a good, moderate, easy fleshing type female there. And then the ones rounding out the class, I think some that just get a little off in terms of size and scale to the ones right ahead of them. I wish there was just more body and mass to these, and I wish we could sit down maybe just a bit softer there at the ground. All three of these get a bit more upright from hock to ground. I wish we could just set those down with a bit more authority. But a really, really awesome class. Let's be sure to give all these youngsters a big round of applause.
Leading off,
That was a nice class,
number 2 of
Paulie.
Angus breeding heifers is ring number
Very
36,
uniform.
Emily Hartle. With
Yeah, the
Sheridan
waters
A1
got pretty
carrying
deep there at the
2N.
top.
In second, ring number 38,
Eric,
McKinley
I'm just going to
Hutchinson
update you on a
for
few
Blue Shoe Queen
texts we got coming in there.
In
Got some
third,
guys
number
that can't
13,
make it,
Chelsea
but
Stevens with
they were wondering if
Shorthorn
you were
with
going to reopen your
3-3-2-5.
windshield business. I don't know if you're planning on that anytime soon.
Las Vegas, Sarah's Dream, 2517.
Inform the person
In
that's
fifth,
asking
ring
that
number
question
133, Callie Faulkner
if he's still
with
driving buses or
GF
not.
Barbara
Yes, he is. As a matter of
504.
fact, he just got in at 3 in the morning, so that's why he can't make it
with
today. So,
Was he out on the bench, or why was he getting home so late?
no comment, Eric. I promised I wouldn't tell, so I won't. Okay, so we got our March class coming in here, or February and March. Ava Noonan was leading off with an A1 Proven Queen. And then we have
Lauren Irwin.
Lauren Irvine, and she's got a Stag Good Times out of a Blackbird cow. And Avery Broadfoot has Henning Phyllis, which is a Dignity daughter. Jackson Corner's got Reeb Phyllis.
No, that's a scratch.
Jackson Corner's a scratch. Carly Watson showing S.A. Sophie. She's a PVF Marvel. Dakota Hindmarsh. It's got an evening tinge, and it's a Bush's custom built. Jordan Petherick's out here with her Murray Magnolia heifer. She's a BC Robust. And the last heifer to follow up is a Stag Good Times out of PVF Missy. She's a February heifer from Avery Broadfoot. Eric, one thing I've noticed, we're missing the carrot. We haven't seen any heifers by the carrot this year. Well, I was just checking. I just wondered because sometimes these heifers get bought and come up to the U.S. or from the U.S. Yep. Boy, that fourth heifer just coming into your to your screen is a nice looking heifer on a profile here. Eric, look at the screen. Oh, she just went off the screen. She's a Marvel out of PVF Sophie. I might have a little bit of a...
Long live the Sophies.
Long live Sophie, that's right. I know that was the first animal that Brady bought from Prairie View Farms in Illinois.
Brady bought her?
We got her at Denver.
Who fed her?
His dad might have fed her as a yearling and screwed up, and that's why she only won first and didn't win champion. But yeah,
they wouldn't allow Shorthorns in the Angus class.
Oh, where's security? I got to get them out here. You look at that female. I know she's 11 years old now, so it's kind of nice to see those cows still producing show heifers, and she had another heifer again this year.
Embryo transplant's a great thing, isn't it, Polly?
Fastest way to improve a herd in a hurry, if you do the right matings, that's for sure. But it's not cheap, Eric.
No, this was your mating out here, Polly?
No, I can't take credit for that.
Okay.
Or blame, whichever way you want to put it. No, I'm just the herdsman for these cattle. Which one? I think it was this.
She just rang the wrong number.
Oh, no. Yeah. So we're getting them down to 4 here. Now we're down to 3. We'll see what how they sort themselves out here. I've lost the numbers again, Eric, so I'm not really sure of the sires of these heifers. Yeah.
And then, yeah, it was
So we got that first heifer was a Good Times. I missed the number on that second heifer. And then
We
the
have
110.
Dignity Phyllis. That's the third heifer they're walking out.
She's a scratch, right? Oh, the Henning. That's a Dignity. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. So we're looking at a Good Times and a Marvel still left.
I think from a judging perspective, you can go a whole lot of different directions in this class, but you got to find this one to start. I just think the one that just demands your attention, just how sappy and big she is there out of her rib, how good and elegant she looks there up front, while having that much power and mass there, shoulders back, while still being so sound and flexible off either end.
That's a
cool made.
That's a really good heifer, Eric, but I may have a vested interest in that one.
Second, I think, yeah, you're going to call this one the greenest one in the class, but man, you got to look past that, and you got to look at the structure this young lady's female has right here. She's so pliable there out of her spine. She's so neat and flat there from that shoulder, and how feminine and youthful she is up front. And when you pull that one into motion, she's so sound and flexible.
You're walking those heifers on the backside.
How loose she is there out of her spine.
Yeah.
She's probably one of the better skeletons.
So, Eric, a funny story about this heifer. The day she was born, you would have thought she looked like a black cat getting pulled out of a warm pail of water. She was that small and skinny. Yep.
Right there in front of the shoulder, while still being so long and level there, shoulders back. Like how big and pried apart she is there in her center rib.
It's that good fresh air from iron prior that makes her grow.
Right off that hot and slams down a bit harder there off those rear two.
I see your picture of your snow you got up there right now, Paul. That's not good.
It's incredible. I moved there in 2015,
young ladies coming
and my hips still hurt every winter because it's so cold up there. It's amazing. I get frustrated, and Laura tells me, it's still March. There's still a month and a half of winter left.
Wish we just had more body and
so it is frustrating. Yes, it is, Eric.
Well, that picture you showed me, Paul, I think that'd make a great Christmas card for you to send out to all three of your friends.
I could just meet them in the phone booth. For you young people that don't know what that is, there used to have a pay phone in a booth. Nobody had cell phones then.
I just wish there was a bit more of this female.
Do you remember that, Eric?
And taller here in this class. I wish we could pull her apart.
You don't remember pay phones?
Up high, but
you just remember picking up the phone and asking Sarah to connect you through.
Young ladies right here, one I wanted to move up a bit higher. I like the look of this one there from the side. I like how long and extended she is there up front. I like how long she is there, shoulders back. But I think one that gets a bit more upright off either end there. Wish I could set her down on her tail head and blow her apart a bit more right there, shoulders back. She opens up a bit too much for me there at the shoulder, and that makes her just a bit straighter there off either end. Wish we could make her glide just a hair better, but I surely think a good one coming right there rounding out the class. And then when you got a bunch of style in this class right here, this one just gets kind of overlooked just in terms of that balance. She reads just a bit plainer there in her look there from the side. She opens up a bit, gets a bit coarser there out of her shoulder, and I wish we could just make this one just have a bit neater underline. She gets a bit tighter there in her heart and tighter there in the flank line, and I wish I could just get this one a bit better in terms of that skeleton off either end, but I surely think one that's going to breed good enough for that young lady there and raise a lot of good kind of cattle. Good way to end this class here.
Leading off that third heat of Angus heifers is ring number 110, Carly Watson with S.A. Sophie 501. In second, ring number 15, Lauren Irvine with PVF Blackbird 5059. In third, ring number 100, Avery Broadfoot.
Okay, our class coming in here now. We've got
5016.
Well, that was Emily Honey that led this class off. She's got a Styles Ambassador daughter. And then we've got Sadie Dudgeon here with RVC Premier Barbara. She's a stag right on time daughter. And then we go down to, well, that's Shelby Cornish coming in with Whiskey Lane Lady. She's a Golden Oak Hollywood daughter.
Now entering the ring is heifer heat number 4.
Thinking we've got Chloe MacArthur with a big boy daughter. Ella Noonan has a marvel. There we go, another marvel. Ava Noonan has a marvel. Railline HCC Lucy. And Rachel Holm finishes up the class with a Dignity Daughter by a Missy cow from the Prairie View Farms in Illinois. Got some big heifers out here, Eric.
Probably got a little more body in these heifers, haven't we, Polly?
Yep.
A little more maturity and
a lot of middle to them for sure.
Oh yeah.
Our numbers are a little bit off, unless my eyesight could be a little off too.
Yeah, you were misreading a couple, but I wasn't going to stop you.
I might have a little bit of line breeding in me, and they say the sight is the second thing to go. Memory is third. And if you ask me what went first, I don't remember.
Lucky for you, Polly. In another 2 weeks, you get to hide your own Easter eggs.
Don't you laugh. That's fun. I saw a picture on Facebook the other day, Eric, and took a copy of it and showed it to my wife and said to Laura, look at this picture of me on Facebook. She goes, yeah, I showed it to you right after the Royal last year. So having my memory makes me enjoy that picture twice.
Photography is a great thing.
Okay, so we've got the Whiskey Lane heifer pulled in.
152.
152.
Rachel Holm.
Yes, a Dignity Daughter. And now one of the Noonan girls coming in with a marvel.
That's Ella.
Yeah, Ella Noonan with a marvel out of a Las Vegas Princess. Boy, that's a big heifer that Ava's leading around there.
Mm-hmm.
So Grace Dudgeon just came in with a Musgrave Dexterity. He's going to give a little circle here, and
We have Emily Honey out there with the Flora female. Merritt Flora 5013N. And we have Ava Noonan with Railline HCC Lucy 5N.
Eric, you're going to have to help me
Marvel
out.
daughter.
You're going to have to help me out on that second heifer because it says she's got ring number 118 in her back, but we don't have a ring number 18 in the 118 in the class. Yeah, that's a really big framed heifer there. The two of them, the second and third heifer, compared to that leadoff heifer for frame score.
I think this is a really fun class right here that you could go about 1,000 different ways. But I surely like this one to go ahead and get the start, and I think she does it in a really nice package right here with a young lady with the with the braid right here. And I surely think one that's just as big, sappy ribbed as you can make one. She's wide between her toes. She takes a big, nice, soft step and gets out and goes plenty good off either end. She's sappy there at a middle rib. She's big and maternal there from the side. I just feel like where you get a little picky on this one, where I do at least, is I wish I could maybe extend that one up out of her front end. Maybe flatten that one's shoulder right there. But when you get one that looks that powerful there out of that middle rib and that cool there out of her lines, I tell you what, that's a hard one to pass up on, but that's just getting kind of picky on a good one there. Young lady's coming into second. I think another long-bodied one right here that is super maternal and sappy there out of that center rib. You watch her go. She's plenty pliable there out of her spine. She's good there off either end. I wish I could maybe just upgrade her there off those rear two, make her set down maybe just a bit more comfortable. And I wish I could strengthen her just a hair right there behind her shoulder. She wants to get a bit weaker and open up there. I think the young lady's there in third. I think one really that can contest to add up and go a bit higher in this class. And I think one that's super strong there out of her top line. She's stout and powerful there underneath. She puts a big, nice foot there down into the ground. And I think one right here that just reads with a lot of quality there out of her skeleton and her spine. Wish I could maybe compare to those two ahead of her, blow this one apart there out of her center rib. But I surely think a good breeding piece right there for that young lady. One rolling here into fourth. I think one that really reads with a lot of quality there out of her skeleton. She's long and extended. She's pliable there out of her spine. She's neat there out of her lines. I think one right here that in terms of that top trio gets a bit plainer there out of that look there from the side. A bit coarser there out of her neck and shoulder. But I surely think one, if we could really pull that one apart out of that upper rib, I surely think one that could compete a bit higher here today. One I wanted to slide up a bit higher here, and you can probably see why. She's super big and sappy there out of that center rib. She's neat there out of her lines. She gets a bit older, a bit out there out of her chest, and I surely think one I'd like to upgrade there from hock to ground. She wants to slide that hock back in a bit too far for me. She hits a bit too hard for me off those rear two, but I think if we gave her a bit more flex from hock to ground, I think she could surely slide up a bit higher for me here today. One that reads right here with a lot of quality just in terms of a good breeding piece right here for this young lady. You get some of that style and power up front. This one kind of gets encompassed by that, but this one's got enough rib shape for me. She's got enough, she's neat and level there out of her top line. I wish I could maybe give her a bit more foot and bone there at the ground and pull her apart just a bit more right there behind her shoulder. And then rounding out the class, one that just kind of gets out-horsed with stoutness and power here today. She's a bit outclassed just in terms of size. She's a hip height smaller than the rest of them, but I surely think one that's sound and level there off either end. One I really wish would have just a bit more to that center rib. She gets a bit plainer there on the top side of her rib, but I surely think a good one to go ahead and round out the class.
Leading off Angus breeding heifer, heat number 4 is ring number 118, Chloe MacArthur with Black Lady. In second, ring number 32, Ava Noonan with Rail Line HCC Lucy 5N. In third, ring number 9, Emily Honey with Merit Flora 5013N. In fourth, ring number 102, Grace Dudgeon with Wilbar Mayflower 109N. In fifth, ring number 111, Ellen Noonan with CNS Princess 2550.
Jake Linton's going to lead off this class, Eric.
Rachel Holm with
the second heifer coming in is Owen Hurley with a Dignity daughter out of Harris Sandy.
Shelby Cornish
Third
with
heifer coming in is 124, Worthmore Forever
now
Lady.
Into the ring is
She's
Angus
a
breeding
Marvel
heifer,
daughter out
heat
of
number
the,
5. This is your
Premier
final heat of
Forever
Angus
Lady
breeding heifers,
137J.
age
And then
January
we've
1
got,
to January 7.
Lauren Irwin with a Hennings.
On deck, we'll be
heifer,
looking
Sandy,
for...
female by Dignity. We've got Josie Fadden following her up with
You're
Miller.
looking for heat
Barbara
1 of
Noel.
Charolais heifers. Charolais
All
heifers,
these heifers
make
are
your way to
Januaries.
ringside.
Behind the Irwin heifer, we have Josie Fadden with Miller Barbara Noel. I'm sorry, I repeat myself. The next heifer is Haley Ernwine, yep, with a Conley A1 daughter. The next heifer is Alex Haley with a Whitestone daughter. The next female is Peyton Gilchrist with a high class daughter. And the last heifer walking in is Paige Baldwin with a tanker daughter. Nice class of heifers again.
Yeah, there's some really attractive females here. This nice heifer just went in front of us. The young girl with the pink top.
Yes.
Showing that heifer. She's an A1. That seems to be a familiar one, Eric, this A1 and Marvel today. Is that there's a lot of sexed heifer semen that people are wanting to use him, do you think, maybe as a semen distributor yourself?
I think at this point in time, people are using a lot of sex semen, period, just to go ahead and recreate more daughters. To try to go out and buy some of these heifers today, it does cost a little more money today, Paul, than what it did 5 years ago. And it's just a sign of the times. But we're going to see a lot more sex semen being used, and A1 is certainly one of the more popular bulls right now from that standpoint.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been told by some guys that this new technology is they're making it a lot more potent than maybe it might have been when it first came out.
Oh, technology is going to change and get better all the time. Look at your ET work with in vitro work now versus conventional breeding or conventional semen. Your cost and practicality and functioning of using in vitro is phenomenal. The changes we're going to make in the next 3 or 4 years is going to really just revolutionize the beef industry.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly a good thing, as long as we can keep enough breeding flexibility as far as not getting too many or too much of one breed or one cow family involved, and we got to keep some of those families out there instead of getting too close breeding.
We're going to have notoriety females, but at the same token, we're going to have females that are going to be outliers as well.
I think our head MC wants to address the crowd, so we're going to give Eric Doran the mic.
Folks, we are going to start calling out the first round of our Mega Moolah elimination draw. So if you've purchased tickets and you hear your name, your ticket is out of the draw. We're going to start with Trestle Creek, Clay Howe, John Bosenjack, Dwayne Hartle, Josh Robar, Adam Black, Kelly Hastings, Andrew Richards and Bob Watson, Scott Honey, Matt Vandenhuel, Greg Martin, Colby Bowl, Kathy Richardson, Doug McKay, Trestle Creek, Wyatt DeGraff, Martin Star Farms, and Trestle Creek. That's your first round of eliminations from our Mega Moolah draw.
Another really nice class of these Angus females right here to wrap up the breed here. And I just cited a young man in the black shirt right here. I just think one right here that puts a lot together. Man, she's cool and neat and feminine there up front. She's so tucked up there in her chest, and I think shoulders back, so good and level there out of her lines, especially coming off the top side of that one's hip. You pull this one into motion, and she has got the softest feet there, right there out of that lower pasture right there. You pull her into motion, she glides, she looks like a lady when she does it, and you can surely appreciate that extra power and that center rib that she's got there as well. The young lady's coming right behind that one. I think one right here that gives a really nice silhouette there from the side. She's long and extended up front. She's neat, looks like a lady there too, and I think one that really kind of combines a good rib cage right there and does it in a really nice way. She too, you pull her into motion, she gets out and goes plenty good enough for me. I just wish one right there, we could give her just a bit more substance right there behind her shoulder, and maybe a bit more lower leg and stifle there as well. But I surely think a really nice one there standing in the second. And I think one right here, a moderate frame female coming in the third. She's good and sappy there out of that center rib. She's good and level there out of her lines. And I think one, too, when you pull her in a motion, she gets out and does it in a very nice way and sets down some good foot and bone there at the ground. I surely wish one right here we could flatten her shoulder and extend her just a bit and tuck her up there just a bit there in her chest compared to the two right ahead of her. She gets a bit older and plainer there out of that front end. But I surely think a really nice breeding piece coming there in the third. One I wanted to slide up a a bit higher for this young lady here in the pink cardigan right here. One that's really kind of extended and long there off either end. I like her there, how level she is there out of her spine, and loose she is there too. But I wish one right here, I could make her a bit cleaner there up front. Flatten that shoulder just a hair, tuck her up in her chest. And I think one at times when you put her into motion, I wish we could set those rear two down just a bit more, bit stouter there at the ground. She wants to pencil off just a hair there, but I surely think a good one running there in the fourth. You know, coming right up next, I think one that really gives a nice look there from the side. She's long and level and extended. I like how square she is there from hock to ground. One I would just like to pull apart just a shade better here. She gets a bit greener there out of that middle and upper rib, and she gets a bit washed out right there behind her shoulder, but I'd surely like to give her a bit more body and mass and pull her up any higher in this class here. One up next that gives you a big maternal cowy look there from the side compared to the ones ahead of her. She gets a bit plainer there in her look there from the side. She's a bit plainer there out of that shoulder and that front end, especially gets a little bit out there out of that chest floor. One I'd like to maybe neaten up just a hair, but I surely think another good breeding piece for that young lady there. And then rounding out the class, you've got three here that just get a bit overpowered in terms of that body and substance that they have. They're a bit greener here to this day and age. They got good enough feet and legs for me to go ahead and bring back to the breeding pen, but I just would like to have just a shade more body and mass to these right here compared to the ones right ahead of them. But a great, great class. Awesome breed here of Angus. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Leading off this final heat of Angus heifers is ring number 147, Owen Hurley with Hera Sandy 31N. In second, ring number 51, Josie Fadden with Miller Barbara Noel 6N. In third, ring number 14, Alex Haley with Rosalind Tilly 1N. In fourth, ring number 56, Haley Ernewine with Rail Line Lucy 1N. In fifth, ring number 15, Lauren Irvine with Henning BC11 Sandy 5002. In sixth, ring number 124, Olivia Marley with Worthmore Forever Lady 502N. In seventh, ring number 131, Peyton Gilchrist with WFGF Melbourne Pride 5160N. In eighth, ring number 61, Paige Baldwin with Armor Allegra 01N. In ninth, ring number 64, Jay Clinton with JDL Lady 37N. In the ring now, we have the top two placings from the previous heats for our Angus Champion Female Drive. On deck, we'll be looking for our Charolais heat number 1.
Eric, we just got accused of being Ron McLean and Don Cherry, and thank goodness that I was told that I'm Don Cherry. It's really nice, championship round here. We do have some difference in sizes, but the cuts are all the same.
Our elimination draw. Here's a few more names.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some females out there right now that
Charlie
you see
Anderson,
with a little more age on them.
Bob
I mean,
Cullum,
we get a lot
Bonnie
more mass and volume in
Denham,
these cattle.
Paige
Cattle
Lougheed,
pretty well
Corey
structurally right
Stender, Trestle
and,
Creek, Wyatt
old stout hind
DeGraff,
leg in
Scott
them.
Martin,
Got some shape
Trestle
to them.
Creek, and Mike
Yep,
Patterson. You've been eliminated from
like
the
I said, they
Megamula draw.
definitely
Our
definitely
sponsors
look a
for
lot
this
alike.
division
and,
are Brandt Contracting
get the pattern here, but
and Claire Lane
yeah,
Stock Farm.
huge,
If there's a
huge
representative
one
from these
time and then
businesses,
a
please
little
make
less
your way
frame
to
the
photo
next.
area.
So he's not being the frame police.
I tell you
Eric.
what, this group of Angus heifers right here really excites me, and I tell you, this is a awesome set of females right here from top to bottom, and even some of those that are standing behind us right here. I think something to really be proud of and take home for sure. Really just impressed by the style and balance you got from the side, just overall feet and legs, and that awesome skeleton that I've seen in a lot of these. I've got 2 slots. I'll go ahead and make those choices, but let's give all these kids another big round of applause.
Congratulations to our champion Angus female. Ring
There
number
we go.
36,
Emily Hartle with
wins.
her
Sherry Lynn A1
Conley
Prairie
A1 heifer.
2N.
I'm not sure where he's going to go. He likes this big heifer here in third, but we'll have to see what he does here. There we go.
Congratulations to Carly Watson.
Carly Watson comes in with reserve Angus. So
as your reserve champion.
Emily Hartle
Angus female
and Carly
will now be
Watson
doing
take
a
this
photo
division.
break, and following that with our first heat of Charolais females. Few more from our elimination draw. Shane Williams, Colby Bowl, Rob Eby, Derek Roseborough, Paige Haynes, Scott Bennett, Lauren Naismith, Max Bors, Derek Roseborough, Nate French, Rebecca Passo, and Flynn Reinhardt. You've been eliminated.
Okay, you guys. We got Kyle Patrick here. We're trying to get him to visit, and he just left. Maybe he'll send his wife, send his daughter up to talk. Kyle was Supreme Champion female at the Royal Winter Fair. I'm not sure why he didn't want to get interviewed. Eric? Some people are shy, I guess. I got accused of being shy once.
I got to hear this.
I had tonsillitis and couldn't talk, so they thought I was just shy. But I pulled through.
Yeah, but you did.
Well, we're trying to get somebody to come up here. We need a fourth person to play cards with, and here we go. We got Jordan Patrick. This Kyle and Rachel's daughter is here, and we're doing a nice little interview with her. Want to talk about the Supreme Champion female.
Hang on.
Oh,
Before that. Jordan, how many years have you been at this show?
2?
This is my second year.
And you like this show?
Yeah.
What's the best thing about it?
Meeting new people.
Very good, very good. Are there enough activities for you here?
Yeah.
Good, good. And would you recommend it to your friends?
Yeah.
Now, Paulie's going to ask you about the Supreme Championship now.
Okay.
We're going to get Jordan the mic here to hold on to and talk into it. So, Jordan, tell me about last year at the Royal Winter Fair, the cow and the calf that your mom and dad took into the ring. Where did that cow come from? And tell me a little bit about her.
She was bred and owned by our farm and raised from my family.
Right on. Now, and you sold a part of her to?
Salem Road Angus.
Okay. Now, what did it feel like when you saw that judge go up and congratulate your mom?
I was very shocked.
You were shocked.
Yeah.
You didn't think she was going to win?
I had a feeling, but not 100%.
Right on. Were you happy?
Yes.
I saw a few tears. You must have been sad.
Maybe.
I saw a lot of tears, and I think that's really good. And I like the idea that she was homebred by you guys, and like your mom and dad have done a lot of work to get that herd started for you.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any other siblings?
I have one brother,
And what's his name?
Mason.
Okay, does Mason show the cattle, or
No, not at all.
no, he doesn't like the cattle?
No.
Okay, so you get to do the showing.
Yeah.
Now, I have watched you over the last few years, and boy, you do a good job. And this is what Eric and I were speaking about, the younger kids, at how technically good they are at getting their cattle set up. So in an average week, how much would you lead your calf in the summer or work with the cattle in the summer?
I try to go at least 2 to 3 times a week.
Perfect. And that's working on your 4-H calf and
Yeah.
okay, so will you be old enough to show at the Junior Heifer Show at the Royal this year?
Yeah, this will be my 3rd year.
Wow. I guess I'm a lot older than I thought I was. Well, that's great. I just wanted to get you over and talk about that Supreme Champion win, and maybe you can repeat that this year at the Royal.
Hopefully.
That would be great. Well, thank you for joining us, and have a good time at the rest of the show.
Thank you.
Well, that's impressive, Eric, to get those young exhibitors to be able to come up and visit when their parents are too afraid to do it.
I agree wholeheartedly. And you know what? The nice thing about it is she's really humble about the whole thing, too.
Yep.
There's no bragging or
Nope.
anything at all. Just humble as all get out. And they do a nice job with their cattle.
Yes,
all
they
year
do.
round.
Yep, and what I like about it is it's a family thing that they go to the shows, and the kids are out, or Jordan's out with Dad and Rachel, and it's just, I guess maybe the way it's meant to be. They do it the right way.
Well,
And
their mother was really an avid shower when she was younger.
Rachel.
Yes.
Okay,
She was
and
always very keen.
when Kyle and them first got into it, I remember being at the Royal Winter Fair and wondering who this Worthmore people were, because probably the first division of heifer calves, they were champion and reserve, and that's the first I had really seen them. And now we're talking 10 or so, 15 years ago, but it was nice to see new people get involved, and I know that they have friends that are showing the honeys and stuff like that are getting into it too. So
It's a very competitive county.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
They're those young girls do such a good job showing and that. So one thing I wanted to go back on to or continue on was that with our line breeding that we were talking about, Eric, is finding those different families. And I had one guy text me and say if it works, it's line breeding, and if it doesn't, it's called inbreeding. Now, a long time ago, Eric, you could talk about a heifer that was really, really closely bred and became a really good producer called a Landon Miss Canada that went on and was one of the better breeding Angus females in probably the 80s.
That's going back a long time. Yeah, it was a good cow family, and It wasn't a mistake. We did it on purpose. You can say, well, for lack of having other semen in the tank or whatever, but it was a father-daughter mating, and it worked out really, really good for us.
Yeah, so that was. Let me get this right. She was a power play daughter, and her mom was a 60E cow,
Yeah.
and power play was a 60E son.
Right.
Early sunset emulous.
Right.
Our good buddy Jimmy Grant.
Where's Jimmy at today when
Ji-
we need him?
Jimmy should be here. I hope he's listening out in Edam, Saskatchewan. He's probably
Put that can of skull down, Jimmy.
he's probably at the what is
Post
it called?
office? The
No,
post office?
no,
Edam post
the
office?
council chambers. He's the
council-
mayor.
Oh, he's the mayor.
And I asked him where the council chambers was, and he said it was actually just the filling station. But
Yeah.
we love Jimmy, and
Jimmy
yeah,
had a successful sale just recently.
yes, he did.
Yeah.
It's Early Sunset Ranch, and that bull, believe it or not, was born in 1973, Eric. So we were really dating ourselves. We're talking 53 years ago.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The funny thing about that bull was John Grant, his dad, went down to Biffle's Angus down in Oklahoma and bought a bull called Big M. Biffle's Empress Big M. Yeah,
And that's the sire?
I believe that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So we were crisscrossing the border back in those days
yeah.
as well.
And the nice thing about it, I mean, that was a bull that came out of the Biffle program that was kind of one of the last bulls in the pen. And John,
Really?
Oh yeah. John was a great believer in genetics, and just a super man.
So I talked to, there's some other guys that we know that started American herds. Guy by the name of Roger Worthington, he said he started 3 herds, and he came to Western Canada to start those cow herds. What was the reasoning behind that? Do you know, or was the?
No, I don't. I mean, Roger was kind of an entrepreneur, and he had worked with the Premier at one point in time, Mahogany Angus, and yeah.
This was Radar Farms he had worked
that
with.
was in his latter years. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and he told me that he went out there and he just really liked the power and the base that they had in the cattle. And I guess I can, you had that favorite cow came from Western Canada as well.
Yeah, the Valleymere favorite cow from the Spady family. And then there was a Patricia cow family that Ira Boggs from Sir William took back down and did a great job of promoting that family. And in fact, we got to show against a Patricia with the favorite cow. And yeah.
So that's impressive that favorite cow family's still going. And I know that Jordan, that was just here, Kyle and Rachel have a few from that cow family, do they not?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, so that's cool how the Angus continually put emphasis on the cow families.
It's kind of funny you mention that, because there's certain families that will run 2 or 3 generations deep, and then there's other cow families that consistently will go ahead and reproduce. The nice thing about some of those females is they were just kind of recipients. They did not perpetuate how they themselves looked as much as they were very neutral and would allow the bull to really put his stamp on the progeny. And those kind of females are hard to come by.
So their genetics didn't it just took the good stuff from the bull,
Sure,
and she
sure.
just did such a good job
Yep.
mothering those calves.
Oh yeah.
Right on. That's it's always interesting to hear those stories, and
To get back to your line breeding and inbreeding thing a little bit ago there, and we've got interrupted a few times there, Paulie, but I think the inbreeding thing, we're going to watch a little bit on our so-called show cattle. Some of these cattle are getting more inbred than we are line bred at this point in time. You get your breeding coefficient down below or higher than 7%, and you're going to run into some issues.
So is there that technology available to the breeder that can actually see that, or is that just a Holstein thing?
That's a pedigree thing that everybody has
Before we
access to
get
see.
going again, a few more eliminations from our draw.
In many cases, those cattle you can go ahead and
Eric
inbreed
Doran,
or line
Andrew
breed,
Denham,
and they
Greg
really
Hill,
breed
Kendra
true.
Snar,
Like you
Corbin
mentioned Miss
Reed,
Can a little bit
Mark
ago. Well, we were very
LaRock,
fortunate with
Trestle
her.
Creek,
She did go
Levi
ahead and breed
Roseborough,
true. Her
Matt
disposition was
Albrecht,
off the wall.
Hugh McNeil, and Scott.
And
I know, I showed her.
Any time we go ahead and inbreed or line breed like that, we'll make our cattle maybe somewhat smaller, but they're very consistent in their breeding pattern. Very consistent.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, she did come from the favorite family as well.
Oh yes, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, well, I see the Holstein, and I've been in contact with a person that works at Holstein Canada, and he has Hereford cattle as well, and we've been talking about maybe somehow implementing that so it does show up on our pedigrees for the people that are maybe new or, not as experienced, to go back past that third generation just to see what that coefficient would be on that of the line breeding, to maybe just help our breeders a little bit and start getting some of these outcross bulls working for us.
That's right. Paul, if you go ahead and lay the pedigree of your cow, lay it down, put her name as the front female, and then use her sire on the top side, and count around how many generations you go to. You're at 50%, 25%, 12.5%.
Yep.
And then you're at 7%. You get to 7% or 6%, and you've gone as far as you want to go.
Okay.
That's a cutoff.
I was reading a story about Louis Latimer
One of Charolais
with
heifers
that,
is
and
entering
that's
the
where that was his claim to fame that he used with the Simmental
Aged
Hereford
April
herd.
1 to April 5.
Anyways, we have the Charolais division starting here, and we'll start reading them off coming in.
We got 3 heifers in this class. We got Jackson Corner with SVY Jewel 555N, and then we've got Tyler Burgomaster with Alton Desiree 22008N, and then we have Emily Honey with Miss Prairie Cove 568N. 3 nice heifers.
Would Tyler Burgomaster's heifer be called Alton Desiree or Desira?
No, they spelled it wrong in the book, so.
I
didn't want to correct Eric Doran a minute ago, so.
I give you the Canadian pronunciation.
A nice class of heifers. Just 3 of them out here, but boy, they're big and stout. You can sort of see the difference in these kind of females here. Even though we're trying to get our structure the same and everything, maybe we've got a little more punch in these cattle, a little more muscle, a little more bone.
Yeah, that's really, unfortunately, there isn't a last place heifer out here, but there's going to be today, but they're 3 pretty solid heifers. Just watching on the monitor here, Eric, it's tough to see them when they get with that white background behind them, but boy, these cattle are really impressive when you see them
I
just
tell you
in
what,
the
this
ring
one
here.
right here just kind of blows you away in terms of that that look there from the side. She's small-headed and feminine. They're out of her shoulder and they're into her chest floor. And I think one right here that shoulders back gets the softest and the deepest there to that center rib. And I really like how this one really comes off the top side of her skeleton. She's neat there coming out of that upper hip and off of that tail head. And I think when you pull her into motion, she just floats around the ring. She's so soft and good there out of that that hill. She's wide between those toes and just takes a big, nice, elegant, long step. One that goes ahead and gets the nod to win pretty quick. I think one right behind her that reads just a bit more in terms of that Charolais breed. She's got just a shade more neck and lower there into that chest floor. She gets a bit coarser on the top side of her neck, a bit shorter there out of that neck too. But I tell you one that's got a ton of power there on the top side of her skeleton, there to that middle rib there too. And I think another one that's just as square and stout there at the ground. I like how deep she is there out of her heel and how big of a long step she takes. I think one I'd like to maybe just put that tail head down just a bit. She gets a bit coarser there, but I surely think a good one running there in a second. And one rounding out in the class, I think one you can't really count out by any means, a long spine, long and extended one. Oh, and this just reads a bit greener here today. I think one that is about the deepest hill in this class for sure. She's square made off either end, but like I said, one that just gets a bit greener and overpowered and outperformed by the two ahead of her.
Leading off this first heat of Charolais heifers is ring number 109, Jackson Corner with SVY Jewel 555N. In second, ring number 9, Emily Honey with Miss Prairie Cove 568N. In third, ring number 107, Tyler Burgomaster with Alton Desiree 2208N. Now entering the ring is class number 11, breeding Charolais heifers number 2, aged March 8th to 28th.
Polly, we're still in the Charolais breed if you had any questions.
Oh, okay.
The first heifer walked in was Sadie Dungeon with Miss Prairie Cove 570N. Oh, I bet you she's a litter mate to the heifer from the last class that stood second.
Yep.
And then we've got Liam Kelly with Hicks Naomi 3N. Then we have Sam Kelly with Hicks Nostalgia 4N. Nostalgia. And then we have Ashley Vanderspoot with Boy HL Navy 590N.
You corrected yourself.
I did.
You did well.
I thought I'd do it before you did.
Yeah, it was going to be Team Nostat, you thought, but it was Nostalgia. Couple of different styles here in this class as compared to last class of Charolais, but there's a nice heifer out at the top there that's just circling around.
That'd be Sadie Dungeon's heifer.
Yeah, so that'll be the
Littermate.
that'll be the littermate.
I think one right here that just goes ahead and gets the nod to win here pretty quick, and she does it in a real nice package there from the side. I think one that's a bit longer than most out here and in front of that shoulder, and I like how just soft she is there out of that center rib, how just good and opened up she is there on the go. She's so loose there out of her spine, so loose there right behind her shoulder, and I surely like how that one just gets out and glides plenty good enough for me here today. She's the biggest body, the highest performing one, and she certainly does it with a lot of cool look there from the side. Young lady's heifer right here coming in a second. I think one that reads a lot squarer than the two right behind her. She's a bit square made, squarer there at the ground. I like that foot and bone that she puts in at the ground too. She's nice and square there from hock to ground, and I think one that's opened up and has got enough top shape to her as well to kind of have some of those power parts on the bottom side of the breeding. She's big enough there in the center rib, just doesn't quite have as enough as that power and performance that the one right ahead of her. I think you got two right here that make a pair here on the bottom side of the class, and I think they're really nice heifers. They're both long, they're both extended, and they're both very youthful. They're out of that front end. I think two that kind of get out and go plenty good, taking a long step, so loose they're out of their spine. I just think two that are a bit greener and a bit flatter there right behind her shoulder, just in terms of that middle rib cage.
Leading off class number 2, Charolais breeding heifers, is ring number 103, Sadie Dudgeon with Miss Prairie Cove 570N. In second, ring number 134, Ashley Vandersproot with Boy HL Navy 590N. In third, ring number 43, Liam Kelly with Hicks Naomi 3N. In fourth, ring number 42, Sam Kelly with Hicks Nostalgia 4N. Now entering the ring is Charolais Heifer, heat number 3. These heifers are aged January 7th to February 22nd.
Okay, this class of Charolais heifers here, the January and February, so we had Aiden DeJohn. He's from Moorfield, and he's got a Hicks front and center. Then Faith Boma, she's from Tweed, Ontario, and my partner's second guessing me. Anyway, but she's showing Bogart, Kimmy's Northwest. Then Ashley Ernewine from Greenock, Ontario. Irvinside, Monte Carlo. She's a Redemption daughter. Ethan Easby's got a Shake the Frost daughter. And Luke Hoskins comes in with Lovell Go Coco. And ending up is Emily Roselle with a White Bear daughter, Triple S Nova. You know, Eric, the winner of that last class, she's a daughter of that Berkeley Ann. And I'm going to say 4 or 5 years ago out at Agribish, and Laura and I were sitting watching the First Lady Classic, and we saw this yearling heifer, the Charolais yearling heifer, and she was just outstanding. And that's was that Berkeley Ann cow. She's just a beautiful female, and then came back as a 2-year-old to win Supreme. So those show heifers can come back and do a good job.
Oh yeah, I agree 100%, Paul. I mean, the great ones, they'll always resurface. They'll always resurface.
And when that heifer just walked out into the ring, you just all eyes went to her.
Oh, yeah.
Those are the ones you know that you've got a darn good one when that happens.
Yeah, it's one thing to have your own breeders come up to you and comment on something you've bred or you're showing, but it's something totally different if you get people from out of breed coming in and complimenting those cattle.
Yeah, I really find that, and I find that a compliment when they come in and they really take notice. And you know, it's kind of cool when you get a Charolais breeder, for example, come up and look at a Hereford or an Angus, and you know, really like the muscle pattern and that, which is what maybe the Charolais are known for, or the opposite, an Angus breeder liking the maternal look to the front end of a Charolais. So we are keeping our breeds separate, but we're still implementing a lot of good traits into these cattle.
You know, I certainly think there's a pair here that you can switch up, switch back and forth, and I would not disagree with you one bit. But I just like the lady in the green shirt, the female right here. Just, man, I tell you what, she puts it all together in a bit neater package. She's wide there between her toes. She's stout gauged on the top side of her skeleton. She's big and wolfy there out of that middle rib, and she's got a lot of substance there as well. You pull this one into motion, she demands your attention. She sets her foot down in the ground, really stout and powerful. Got a lot of substance to this one. I think this is just your big stout cow maker right here that you can surely appreciate. Now, when you compare the one right behind her, she's a little bigger and coarser there out of the pointer of her shoulder. She's a little shorter neck, she's crestier there, but I tell you what, she just is a bit better made and better there in her lines than the one right behind her. One right behind her, man, she is long and extended. She's a bit more feminine there out of that front end. She's a bit more tucked up in her chest. She's flatter there to her shoulder. But I tell you what, she gets a bit straighter there too. She gets a bit straighter there from hog to ground. She's not too straight, she can't move, but it's just terms of that angle. I wish I could just lay her back just to shade, give her a bit more flex to that pastern and that lower leg off those rear two. But she's surely good there from the side. She's big rib, she's sappy middle, and it's got a ton of look there too. I think the young lady's coming in the third. Man, she is a cool made one. She's flat shouldered, she's high tying, and man, does she sure look so feminine and fresh there up front. She's got enough rib right here for me looking at her by herself, but you compare her back to the two right ahead of her. She gets a bit plainer there right behind her shoulder. She's not quite as big and pulled apart there to that center rib. But I tell you what, one that cool looking, one that flat bone, but still having that much stoutness and power right there to those lower legs, that's one you can surely appreciate. Young man's coming up next. I tell you one that puts a lot of stoutness and bone there at the ground. She's big and pulled apart there on the top side of her skeleton. I wish I could just close her up just a shade there to their front end. She wants to turn out just a bit there from her knee, and she wants to get a bit sharper there off those rear two coming from hog to ground. Wish I could just make her just a shade neater and a bit more flex off those rear two. And then the two rounding out the class. I tell you what, you can go back and forth on these one. This red tinge heifer just has just a bit more body and mass to her. She's a bit stouter there at the ground. She's a bit better to her angles, and one you could surely appreciate there. And then the young man's rounding out the class. Long and extended type female. She's long, shoulders back, but man, she's the straightest in the class and the hardest hitting, while also being the shallowest made in that center rib. Good class to go ahead and come through.
Final heat of Charolais heifers being led by ring number 69, Emily Roselle with SSS Nova 1N. In second, ring number 10, Luke Hoskin with Loval Go Coco 506N. In third, ring number 57, Ashley Ernewine with Irvinside Miss Monte Carlo 8N. In fourth, ring number 136, Ethan Easby with WMCC Neverland 6N. In fifth, ring number 1, Faith Bauma with Bogart Kimmy's Northwest 4N. In sixth, ring number 26, Aiden DeJong with Hicks Nella 1N. We'll now ask the top two placings from the previous heats to come in for champion Charolais heifer.
It's what? Would you wipe this shit off? Would you say it's for what?
We got Pete Stubbs here with us right now. In the what? In the house. In the house.
Who are we talking to?
Pete, we're going to talk to you about crossbreeding. What do you think of it, Pete?
Pete doesn't understand that we are on, and we got Pete Stubbs from Caledonia here.
Who are we talking to? The world.
We're on the World Wide Web here, Pete, and we wanted to talk to you about your transition from purebred when you were with your father and the family with the Herefords, and what was your idea into the crossbreed?
I just told Adam, I said, my dad would surely like to be here for
We'll
this
just
one.
pause that for a minute, Pete.
This is
We'll
our
get back
breed
to
at the
that.
house. This is what we're known for. This is what I get very picky about when I come on the show road and look through the Charolais and the Angus breeds for sure. But I surely like what I've seen today. I feel like you got a lot of breed characteristics. You got some of the newer style, being a little flatter shouldered and neater made in terms of this Charolais breed. But I tell you what, you got soundness all the way through in these first and second places out here. And that's what I'm after here today. I mean, I'm in the bull making business, and it takes a good cow to make a good bull. It takes a good cow to make anything. And it's got to start at the ground and work its way up. But awesome drives right here, awesome classes. Let's give all these a big round of applause, and I'll be sure to find you a first and second to be your grand in reserve.
Champion Charolais female today, ring number 109, Jackson Corner with SVY Jewel 555N.
Okay, Pete, we'll get you going here. I'll get you a mic here because Eric's eating his burger. It was certified Hereford beef that we're having here today. So Anyway, Pete, what we were talking about was how your family or you
The
transitioned.
sponsors
from
for this class
purebred
are Huron
Herefords
Tractor and Bogart
into
Cattle Company. If there are
what you're
representatives
doing
from
now.
these
Maybe
businesses,
explain
please
what
make
you're
your way to
doing
the
and what your
marshalling area
thoughts were.
for a photo op.
Thanks for that, Paul. Yeah, well, growing up, we were very involved and ran a purebred Hereford operation.
Congratulations to Sadie Dudgeon with Miss Prairie Cove 570N as your reserve champion, Charolais Heifer today.
It's harder to sell.
After a photo break, we will be coming back with our crossbred division.
Mostly, we ran a purebred operation, but treated it like a cow-calf operation. So the majority of ours was commercially oriented. And then so that segued into the late 80s. I went out and purchased some Angus cattle. Started crossing the black Angus with the Hereford cow, which ultimately, in my opinion, makes your best commercial female. That said, I just started infusing Angus genetics from there on in, and now we run predominantly an Angus-based operation mixed with some Simmental genetics as well.
Okay, so you were probably at that time ahead of where the Hereford breed has even gotten an index going, a baldy maker index down in the States, and promoting Hereford bulls to get on to these black Angus cows. And are you finding when you're using these you're using your commercial cows and selling your calves, do you send them to a stockyard, or do you have a person that comes to buy your cattle, or do you have to do a great job of marketing, or do people come to you?
You know what? For the most part, over the years, I've liked selling direct, and over the last probably a dozen years, I've been selling to the one fellow. He's got a capacity of 300 head on a feed lot. He takes all our steers and any heifer calves that I don't want to make replacements out of, or sell as coming cows, bred females. That said, over the years, yes, we've been very fortunate. People have been coming to us for their feeder calves due to the crosses that we have. So anything that I keep back, we make our own replacements out of, and then we'll either sell them as open heifers in a package, groups of anywhere from 10 to 20, and sell them as open heifers.
So how many cows roughly are you calving out a year?
Presently we're at 60. I've been cutting back, but the way things are going, and I could see we're expanding. We're getting a little bigger now.
So you'll retain some heifers?
Yes, I've kept back 10 out of the 30 we had over the winter, and I was able to sell a package of 20 this spring. But yeah, we're probably more than usual.
Is there room for AI in your program right now?
Yeah, Eric, we do a little bit of AIing. I do, that's a nice way to diversify genetics quickly. But I still like to run bulls. We have a Simmental, a black baldy Simmental bull right now. He's coming too, and we just purchased a young Angus bull. He's with the heifers right now. That's what we generally do with our heifers, is breed them Angus first time around, get them in production as easy as possible. And then we'll infuse like Simmental genetics. Sometimes some Charolais genetics. That's a good mix as well.
Right.
Black cows. But yeah.
How many breeds do you think would be the maximum number of breeds you would need to evolve with your breeding program right now?
I would say 3.
Yeah.
I like that. You know what? That's a very good question. 3 to 4. You get that mix of the
5?
Hereford. The Hereford Angus cow, you know what, she'll cross up to a Simi or a Charolais or back Angus for performance and high-end marketability, retail product. But yeah, in my opinion, the 4 main beef breeds.
Did you change your outlook on physical appearance of your commercial cattle versus what you had for purebreds?
No.
Or did you use your tools from the purebred industry to roll into the commercial industry?
100%. And you know what? Sometimes, because through our purebred years, and even when we got commercial, our kids were very active all the way through in junior shows. so you stay competitive in that sense. But yeah, so through the purebred years, we showed cattle, and you use that. I still use that mindset when I'm selecting cattle. That said, we go with efficiency and practicality first and foremost.
Right.
When we're purchasing or making our cows, especially, and then bulls to use on them. We're a very forage-friendly beast, is what we call ours. We just hay and grass. That's all we do.
Right.
So
Do you have an ultimate frame size or weight for your cows?
Yeah, you know what? I would. Frame size is arbitrary. Let's go with probably a 5 to 5.5 for a cow, and then you go with like a 6+ to 7 on a bull, possibly. You know, that sort of thing to discipline mature frames. You know, frame females that'll do it on grass.
Right.
Without a lot of energy to keep themselves. You know.
Right. Well, efficiency certainly does matter.
Yes, it's huge. Efficiency and obviously temperament's a big deal now. They're starting to realize.
Well, if you've used Angus and Hereford, I mean, most of your cattle will be relatively docile.
Yes, no, they've all got good nature. And you know what? That semi-breed's come a long way in that as well. You know, back in with, you know what? Now
All right, let's roll with our crossbred heifers, heat number 1.
Space in them, their temperaments have come a long way, workability-wise.
Except when they're calving.
Yeah. So yes, mature frame sizes to 5.5, and the cow is probably, you know, that 1,500-pound cow.
Right.
So, yeah. No.
Oh, that's good, Pete. That's good.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the questions and talking.
Well, Paulie's got your money.
Right.
No.
Does he have a bun?
I've got an empty Tim Hortons card here for you, Pete. Anytime you want to add money to it, go ahead, and I'll help you cash it in. So Pete's been a longtime friend of, well, not friend, acquaintance of Eric and I, so it was nice.
Work in the pit.
Yeah.
If you know what the pit was, Pete was there.
Yeah, Pete was the leader. And we've seen a few crashes or, you know, train wrecks in the barns over the years. That's for sure. So, you young people out there, just always remember those good times, because after a while you're gonna be sore from figuring out, trying to remember what had happened that night. All right, Pete. Well, it's time for you to get back for your afternoon nap. So we'll see. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Don't forget to take that pill.
The blue one?
I got it turned off just in time.
That's why you have a stiff neck. All right. So while we've got a little break here, I'm going to see if I can get a hold of our judge for a few minutes. We'll see if we can get Will to come and visit with us for a little bit today. And now that we got some time, Will, thanks for coming up to Canada. Welcome to Canada. I've seen you on the Facebook before, so you've been up here before. I saw you at Edmonton. Want you to maybe go over your experience that you've had in the past, and how maybe you just started. For you people that don't know, Will's not what you would call an old guy like me, that's for sure.
Well, you want my experience here? You want my experience?
No,
back
just
home,
when you're growing up and where you started and stuff like that.
Man, I tell you, we got started pretty right out there with the cattle deal. My dad, my uncle came together and founded Meadows Creek Farm, where we do Charolais, Angus, Sim Angus, and Hereford cattle, and I got a judge.
We're in the middle of a class, so yeah. Will you come? We'll talk after the next breed. Thanks.
Well, I told the girls when they were over here racing, I guess they went ahead and sorted them for me, but I side with the black female right here, and I just think one that's really kind of neat there from the side. She's got every bit of that show heifer look there. She's head high out of the top of her shoulders. She's big and wolfy there, shoulders back, and I surely think a really neat hip and hind leg hitting the surface there on those rear two. She pulls out nice, looks great there from the side. She gets a nod pretty quick. That's nothing to take away from the Charolais influenced heifer right here. Man, she looks cool there from the side too. She's another one that's heads high. She's big and pulled apart there out of that center rib. She's not as neat there from hock to ground. She gets a bit out there on the back side of her hock and doesn't quite hit down as soft and as pleasant off those rear two as the one right ahead of her. But I surely think one that's got a lot of stoutness and power out of that center rib. She's got some power parts you can breed on too for sure. Just gets a bit plainer there from the look to the side compared to that one right ahead of her.
First seeded crossbred heifers. Leading off is ring number 148, Maya Hurley with H5 Nessie 8N. In second, ring number 36, Emily Hartle with SOG Orange Cream 8NET. Now entering the ring, we're looking for crossbred heifer heat number 2. These heifers are January to March 13th. A few more from our elimination draw. Kyle Stevenson, McKenna Stevens, Trestle Creek, Dakota Hindemarsh, Max Bors, Stephen Schlon, Trestle Creek, Aaron McKay, Trestle Creek, Scott Showcattle, Larissa Stanichuk, Hugh McNeil, Amanda Scott, Trestle Creek, Megan Prouse, Trestle Creek, Ezra Roseborough, Katie Mills, Dustin Taylor, Trestle Creek, Kaylin Barton, Paul Hamilton, David Ross, Ezra Roseborough, Hayden Haynes, Micah Campbell, Ezra Roseborough, Charlotte Campbell, Trestle Creek, Derek Roseborough, Trestle Creek,
I lost my partner here, but Eric, I just wanted to let you know that black heifer that won that first class was a Conley A1, so he's still running around here even in the crossbred classes.
I still like the red heifer, Paulie.
Yeah, you would. Okay, what we've got, Joe. You've got Joe's. Who do we got leading off here? We got Josie Fadden with Here I Am heifer. Then we've got Callie Moore with a Hillhaven Escalade heifer. Then where do we go next? Who do we got next there? Alexa Hurley. She's got another Conley A1. And last is Brody Blankiron, and his heifer's name's Smoka. She's an In God We Trust. Oh, I want to comment. I'm going back to the Angus division there, and that champion female that was champion in the Angus division. I do want to make note that her mother was purchased in the second production sale for Clark Family Farms, and they're a big sponsor, so people check that out. I think their sale's coming up really, really soon, maybe even next weekend.
She's sound and flexible off either end for sure, and sure does it in a really neat package while being so big and bold there to the center portion of her rib. She's extended and neat there out about her head and neck. She goes ahead and wins pretty quick. Young man's gray female right behind her. I think another one that's just as good square boxy type female. I like how level she is there on the top side of her hip, there out of her tail head, and how just big and bold she is there to that center rib. One way I would like to upgrade this one is just make her just a bit looser there out of that front end. in. This front right, she's wanting to get a bit timid off of, making that first step. But I surely think one right here, that's going to be one you can really breed onto and have a lot of success. Young ladies coming here in the third. I think another one that's square made and good there out of her lines. I like how the blaze face is up there at front and it's been so long and extended there too. I think one I would like to just sit down a bit softer off those rear two. She gets a bit hammer-legged off those rear two. Would like to just deepen her and soften her just a hair there at that lower rib and on into that flank line. But I surely think another one that's square made and got some pieces you can breed onto for sure. And then rounding out the class, this young lady's Shorthorn influence female. Man, she is so geek-necked and real neat there up front. She's flat-shouldered and cool there out of her lines. I just feel like one right here that just gets blown out of proportion just in terms of that center rib. She's the flattest and the narrowest right there to that center rib. I wish I could just pull her apart and deepen her just a hair compared to the ones right back ahead of her.
Yeah, so we'll make note of that. Clark Family Farms, they're having their sale this Friday night. It'll be at the farm
Leading off
at
our
Blenheim.
Crossbred breeding heifer heat number 2 is ring number 146, Alexa Hurley with Nova. In second, ring number 140, Brody Blankiron with Smoka. In third, ring number 51, Josie Fadden with ML542 Nova. In fourth, ring number 23, Kaylee Moore with MCC Jennifer's Lady 50N. Now bringing back the top two from each heat for our Crossbred heifer number 2.
Yeah, so Huey Ross, he's MIA this weekend, but he's the farm manager for Clark Family Farms. March 27th at, try to get there about 8 in the morning. I'm sure Huey will be out there looking at the cattle and
really
wanting you to
nice
come and
group
see
of
them. So
Crossbred females
thank
right
you for
here.
your
I tell you what, a
sponsorship,
lot to tie
Clark
on
Family
to,
Farms.
off either classes and in first and second, and even some of those behind us that were left out. But I surely think some good made females from top to bottom, awesome set of feet and legs, cool there from the side, a lot of pieces to breed on to. And you could go on different sides of the scale in terms of what you want to do, making show steers, making breeding cattle, or just simply making some kind of cattle that are going to go to the rail and hang a lot of carcass weight right there for sure. Let's give all these youngsters a big round of applause, and I'll go out and find you a grand reserve.
Congratulations to ring number 146, Alexa Hurley with your champion. Reserve to Maya Hurley. Congratulations. Sponsors in this class are Brant Cattlemen's Association and Show Fresh H2O. Please make your way to the photo area for photo opportunity.
And that's a clean sweep there for the Hurley girls from Glencoe, Ontario. Fun fact there, Eric, that both of those heifers were sired by Conley A1.
If you think that's a fun fact, good for you.
Well, it is.
No, I mean, yeah, I
He's-
think there's lots of good Angus bull. Oh, any breed. You can have bulls that come out and will stamp pattern, and that bull's done it here all day long.
Seems to be a pattern that's favorable to Will, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We have an excited mother that just walked by that her daughter won the Angus division. She's here, but we called security, so she's on her way out now.
It's been brought to our attention that there's some youth from our show that have been going over to the cat show to harass them. Please make sure that your kids are in this side of the facility and not going to the cat show to cause havoc.
And if you are close by today and you do want to come over, you could. There's also a cat show going on, and apparently the kids are kind of over there harassing the cat show people. So, and I guess some of those cats aren't halter broke now, so we're having a little issue with things over here, guys. Just as an update, just an alert.
Seriously, that's what you got told? Are they pulled or horned? Are they pulled or horned? Now, oh, you heard that one, did you? Whack, because I said Brady's. I said Brady's calf when it came out. We called her Squirt because it looked like a black cat getting pulled out of a pail of warm water. A few more names for our elimination draw. Hank's grandma, Jonah Roseborough, Rob Eby, Landon Smith, Janine Swackhammer, Trestle Creek, the Chowan family, Eric Rinker, Alex Steele, Cora Camaray, Janine Swackhammer, Emily Rizal, Joanna Easby, Brooklyn LaFleur, Trestle Creek, Stacy Young, Jared Scott, Craig Smith, Josie Fadden, Trestle Creek, Ashley Clark, Owen Pletch, the Arnold family, Josh Groves, Gus Reed, Denise de Grand Prix, Cade Early, Kyle Stevenson, Garrett Camaray, Courtney Pletch.
Very nice. Very nice. Good hair for the one Charolais show. I like it. Did you like the black hair for the one this last Crossbred division? Hereford was second to it, wasn't all bad either. Not at all. I like her, yes. She's a little more practical looking. Yeah. Grindstone? For the Grindstone? Pardon me? Simmental side of things. Yeah. Because I know there's a couple really nice, one really nice one early. Then there's also a couple more color style. Right. Right. I know Reed didn't have one. He hates EPDs. So I see where it started stirring it up. She's still, no. She's still pretty crippled, didn't she? Slightly. But, yeah. Good fed well. You like a sandwich, sir? I do. I'm glad you're not a fur plate and Cantonese direct. More Cantonese direct. More than the birth factory because we get some small birth weight gold we use this year, but its Cantonese wasn't very high. And I had
The Herefords. What's your pick for the Herefords?
There was a heifer back there. She looked this to heifer.
Okay.
From Casey Van Kessel.
Okay.
All right, let's roll with Hereford breeding heifers, heat number 2.
I like ours, which is at home.
These heifers are born March 1st to March 19th, 2025.
I saw, actually, Katie didn't look too bad yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're rolling.
How many we got in? Just 2?
Just down here, yeah, just 2.
No, there's not. So we've got the Herefords coming in. They're not here.
Oh, okay.
So we've got Rebecca. No, who do we got? Rebecca Hess, and she's got. Let me see which calf we got. She's got kids. She's a model, and it's a Gold Rush daughter. And Hannah McDonald is got kids. Miss Dolly, and that's a Kids Legends daughter. March 19th, and the first heifer is March 14th.
going to leave them like they came in, and I think they just kind of sort themselves. And I like the goggled-eye female to go ahead and get the nod to win. She's just a bit more elevated up front, a bit more longer and extended there from the top side of her shoulder. But I think where she really wins the class is just how big and soggy she is there out of that center rib. She's loose there out of that spine, and I like how just she glides around this ring and does it oh so good. She's got the more power parts to her. If you want to make some powered up type bulls and such like that, but I surely think one that surely got that elegant look there from the side too. The young lady's right behind her. I think you're getting more traditional Hereford right here, just in terms of those breed characteristics. The redneck heifer right here is the stout-footed one right here from hock to ground. And I surely think one that's got enough rib cage to her. I just wish we had just a shade more, especially blending back into that lower leg and stifle. She's a bit harder topped in terms of just how straight she is there out of that top line. I wish we could just loosen her up just a hair out of that spine too, and let her just get out and go just a shade easier there off either end. But it's really nice one to go ahead and round out the class.
Leading off class number 2, Hereford breeding heifers, is ring number 80, Rebecca Hess with Kids She's a Model. In second, ring number 96, Hannah McDonald with Kids Miss Dolly 4N. In the ring now, we're looking for Hereford heifer class number 3. The last leg of our elimination draw, Stephen Hartle, Peter Leach, Scott Showcattle, Josh Horvath, Travis Corp, Albert and Massey Reinhardt, Josh Robar, Derek Roseborough, John and Kathy Pearson, Peter Leach, Chelsea Stevens, Ezra Roseborough, Trestle Creek, Stacy Young, Peter Leach, Aaron Mackey, Brady Stafford, Charlotte Hunter, Madison Whitcomb, Peyton Gilchrist, Charlie Anderson, Trestle Creek, Kathy Murmanoid, and Mark Kane. The balance of our draw will take place in about 15 minutes. We'll be taking a brief break to finish out our Mega Moolah draw with our prizes.
So my name hasn't been called yet from the Mega Moolah Drive, so if anyone wants to buy my ticket, I'll $500. That's all it takes. It's still in the drawing right now, or at least my name hasn't been called anyway. I can guarantee you that. I may not have bought one either, though, just in case. So we're waiting for the Herefords to come out. We're waiting for the Herefords to come out, and we're okay, we're ready to get the second class of Herefords in here. We're going to start with Cora Camert from West Lorne, Ontario. She's showing SRF Miss North America. It's a Fort Worth daughter. Next one in is Katie Cox, and she's showing Double H Zumba, and that's a BR Lone Star daughter. Third heifer in is Peyton Dene. She's got Elm Lodge Nirvana. She's a daughter of Perks Poncho. Next one in is Ethan Paso and Concordia Galaxy Girl, and that's a Due North daughter. And then we have Maddie Orr, just a Mississippi girl. It's a Blueprint daughter. And then in comes my good buddy Morgan Gilpin with Chula Vista Nita, and that's a daughter of Phantom Creek Hyperdrive. And then we have Allie Campbell with a High Roller daughter. H2 Emerald is her name. And then Peyton Dene again with Harvey Ms. Jessica. That's a Daybreak daughter. Big class here, Eric. Got 8 heifers in here for him to sort.
Pretty uniform again, isn't it, Polly? I mean, these heifers here look very much alike.
Yeah, I'm going to withhold comment on this one because I might have something involved here, so I won't say too much.
What, about the second heifer that walked in?
Possibly, yes.
I can give comments on that if you want me to.
I don't think anybody.
I won't hold back.
I don't think anyone really is listening for the comments.
Yeah. Yeah. According to my phone, they are.
So we're starting to, he's starting to bring him in here as we're going along. He's not taking too much time in these classes today. Will's, pretty quick to make his decisions. And we will get back to interviewing Will when we get a break here. It'd be nice to get a few of our sponsors and get a few people that work with the show to get them in and visit with them. Wild cattle there. Somebody doing a little bounce there, getting a little excited. But everybody wants to get out, and they've been tied up for too long, Eric. They want to get out and do some walking. Nice top end here of these Hereford heifers. We still have Mr. Stubbs with us, and he's a Hereford disciple from a way back, so.
You know, a really neat upper end right here in this class of Herefords, and I just like the darker pigmented female to go ahead and get the win. I just think the most complete in the class. She's the biggest and fullest there out of that center rib, and I like the way she puts those feet and legs down into the ground. Kind of more of that old type Hereford type look there from the side, just in terms of that pigment color and the way she's painted up. But man, she's sure good there out of her line. She's big and full there out of that center rib. And I surely appreciate how this one gets out and goes and does it looking like a good female there from the side. Young lady's coming in a second. This one's a bit more stylish and flashy there up front. She's flat-shouldered and really tucked up there in her chest and sure zipper neck there underneath. And I surely like how she carries that head on the top side of her neck, on the top side of her shoulder. She blends oh so good there in her lines, their shoulders back. I just wish there was a bit more right there behind her shoulder. She's big enough and full enough there, that lower rib, but I surely wish there was just a shade more right behind her shoulder and on into that lower leg. But I surely think a really nice made, stylish-looking female there from the side. Young lady's coming in third, one that came a bit later in the class. I surely like the color pigment on this one here. I think one that really combines a lot. She's got some stoutness and power there at the ground. She's big enough and full enough there in that center rib, and I surely like the way she comes there off of her her lines. I just think she gets a bit rounder there on the top side of her hip. I wish I could layer back in a bit leveler there on the top side of her hip, on there into the top side of her tail head and on in that hip and pin set. And I surely wish I could flatten that shoulder just a hair. She gets a bit coarser there, a bit more out there on the point of her shoulder, but it's really nice one coming there into third. I think one right here coming on next, really one of your just traditional type Hereford females. Got the curlier hair right here for sure, but man, and she's sure the power female of the class. She's so big and bold there to the center portion of her rib. She's stout and stocky there from hock to ground. She bits a big foot and bone there into the dirt, too. And I surely think one that just reads with a lot of power and a lot of mama cow look there from the side. Now, she's not as neat and elegant as the ones right ahead of her. That's kind of where she sits, where she does. But I surely think one, you can't really fault her too much. She just reads a bit more common there from the look to the side, but surely has a lot of power parts she can play into for sure. Young lady's coming up next. I surely tell you what, when this young lady gets this one stopped and planted, she surely makes her look good from the side. An awesome showman there on the stick, and she gets her head up. Man, she's neat there for sure. She's elevated up front. She's long and level there out of her hip and pin set, and I surely like how this one gets out and takes a big, long, nice step. But I just wish there was more of this female right here. She gets a bit flatter and a bit plainer there to that lower rib. I wish we could just have just a shade more body and mass to that center and lower rib, especially there. Young lady's coming up next. I think another one that's square and neat there from hock to ground. She sits a big, nice foot down at the ground. I like how soft and deep she is there out of that heel. She's good there out of her line. She's neat across from the side. But I surely think another one that gets a bit greener there in terms of the overall look there in that middle rib. I wish there was just more body and mass to that center rib, more right there behind her shoulder and more there to that lower leg. But I surely think a good composition type female and a good made, good looking one there from the side. Young man coming up next. I like the length of body of this one. I like the mama cow feel this one brings to the table. I like the long reach that she gets out of her front end, and she matches that with a good soft foot on those rear two. She, too, just needs just more to her. She gets a bit plainer there in her lines underneath. She's a bit plainer there in her look there from the side, but I wish there was just more body and composition to that middle rib there for sure. And then round out the class, this young lady's heifer just gets a bit rounder everywhere. She's a bit rounder there out of her hip. She's a bit rounder there out of that front end. I just wish we could just level this one up just a bit more. Wish she could get a bit taller in terms of scale to come in and play with those right ahead of her. But I surely think one that's got enough rib and body there to that center rib and can sure make a good breeding piece for this young lady here. Awesome job. Hats off to these kids. Give them a big round of applause.
Leading off Hereford breeding heifer heat number 3 is ring number 81, Peyton Tenais with Elm Lodge Nirvana 30N. In second, ring number 105, Katie Cox with Double H Zumba 217N. In third, ring number 144, Ali Campbell with H2 Emerald 82N ET. In fourth, ring number 92, Ethan Passo with Concordia Galaxy Girl 209N. In fifth, ring number 60, Cora Camaret with SRF Miss North America 219N. In sixth, ring number 71, Maddie Orr with Just a Mississippi Girl 2N. In seventh, ring number 68, Morgan Gilpin with Chula Vista Nita 125N. In eighth, ring number 81, Peyton Donais with Harvey Miss Jessica 32N. Now entering the ring is heat number 4 of Hereford breeding heifers. We will be doing our Mega Moolah draw at the completion of the Hereford division.
In this next Hereford class, we have Olivia Avery with the Golden Oak Whiplash daughter. The second heifer walking in was the Kingsley Driscoll with Charisma Doma. Third heifer walking in is Shelby Corp with Stonewood Popstar. Fourth heifer is Olivia Avery again with ICF Wilma, Mandate daughter. Next heifer walking in is by Garrett Cammert on Kids Bar JM Evolves Queen 1N. She's a Glen Lee's Evolve daughter. Next heifer coming in is Mark Haley on Elm Lodge TD Nectar 7N. She's another Mandate daughter. And the last heifer walked in was from Kaylee Campbell. Her name is H2 Sapphire by High Roller.
I wish you people at home could hear the conversation I got going on with me right now. But actually, I'm taking it all in stride, and I'm getting a lot smarter than I was before. I do want to comment. I know I'm a Hereford breeder, but last year I think there was only about 6 or 7 heifers total, and this year we're in close to 20. And I just really am happy and like what we have here when we see the quality of cattle or heifers that are out. And little Kinsley Driscoll, 8 years old, just won that class.
I think a
with
bit tougher class to sort just because they're all so very similar in terms of their type and kind and where they're at in terms of that overall coverage in that center rib. Aside of these young ladies right here, I just think the one that just kind of is the power horse of the class here. She's so big and robust in that center rib. And I surely like how soft and square she puts that rear foot down. Young lady does a nice job getting her handled in today, but I surely think one that gets out and goes plenty good enough for me. She's the cowiest, she's the most maternal, and does a lot of good for me here today. Young man's heifer right here, yeah, she's a bit more moderate than some of the ones right behind her, but I tell you, she's really got a lot of that look there from the side. She's square made, she's good there between her toes. She gets out and walks plenty good enough for me. I like in terms of her size where she's at in terms of that middle rib for sure. I just wish maybe she was a bit longer and taller there out of that front end, but I surely think a good made, good moving one there going into second. Young ladies right here, I wanted to slide up a bit higher, I did, and I surely like where she's at, just the stoutness and squareness that she's got there from the ground. I like how big and robust she is out of that middle rib, and then how she comes there so neat and level there out of her lines. But I think when you get behind this, when you get her stopped and planted, she wants to read a bit too straight off those rear two. She kind of gets pulled apart. Wish I could make her just a bit more flex off those rear two, especially out of that upper hip. But I surely think a good made, good moving one coming there into third. Young lady's one right here. She's a bit longer, taller type female, and I just like the length of spine that she has there, shoulders back. She reads with a ton of quality there from the side. Just wish she had more to that lower leg, more right there behind her shoulder, and more just center punch to that middle rib to slide up any higher today. But I surely think one that takes a long, neat, level step there off either end. And then the kind of the two rounding out the class, the two that just gonna get outpowered and out-horsed by the couple ahead of her. I really like the dark pigmented heifer right here. The foot and bone she lays in at the ground is really nice. I like how level she is there out of her spine. I just need more of that heifer there out of that middle rib. And then the young man's rounding the class. She's got enough rib and substance there to me. She's wide between her toes. She's real level and neat there when she steps at the ground. But I surely think one that gets a nickel rounder everywhere. She's rounder out of the top side of her hip, coming down a little lower, and rounder out of that front end. Wish we could square her up just a hair and make her a bit longer and more extended up front. But I surely think a good goggle-eyed heifer to go ahead and round out the class.
Leading off that final heat of Hereford heifers is ring number 106, Kinsley Driscoll with Sharjah Nova 8N. In second, ring number 18, Mark Haley with Elm Lodge TD Nectar 7N. In third, ring number 93, Olivia Avery with Golden Oak AXA Whiplash 554N. In fourth, ring number 66, Shelby Corp with Stonewood Popstar 9N. In fifth, ring number 145, Kayla Campbell with H2 Sapphire 81N ET. In sixth, ring number 59, Garrett Camaret with Kids Bar JM Evolves Queen 1N. Now entering the ring is our Hereford champion female class. Following this class, we will be taking a short break for a Mega Moolah draw, and we're going to be following that with our percentage Simmental division.
Well, Paulie, here we are on our championship drive. What do you think?
I think there's some nice females up here, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Some, in the words of our friend Petey Stubbs, some very futuristic cattle here.
I think a really nice group of Hereford heifers here, and I just think the quality runs super, super deep. Whether you're looking at some older style, darker pigmented type females, or you're looking at some of these newer age ones that are a bit longer and taller and a bit cleaner there under their front 1/3. And I surely think there's a lot of quality from top to bottom. I'll go out and find you a grand reserve. Let's give all these youngsters a big round of applause.
Congratulations to ring number 81, Peyton Donays with Elm Lodge Nirvana 30N, your champion Hereford female. Reserve champion female going to Katie Cox with Double H Zumba 217N. Congratulations. We'll now do our Mega Moolah draw.
It's cold in here, Eric, but I was really sweating on that one.
You should have been.
You know, I am pretty proud. This young little 8-year-old girl did a really nice job with that big January heifer. What are your thoughts on that Driscoll girl, Eric?
She's keen in every breed, no matter what breed she was into. And her dad was really a good shepherd. You know what?
Her dad was a good shepherd.
And it goes from species to species. If you're good in one, you can go ahead and play in the others if you...
Yep, and one thing I did notice about that is she's taken after her mother when it comes to sticking a heifer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep, Dad kind of gets a little bit anxious sometimes, maybe.
David Ross, could you come to the ring? David Ross?
Yep, but that's from the wool. That's from the shepherd. Okay, we're going to
bringing
take
out
a
our
little
great
break.
sponsor, New
So
Life
after
Mills,
the
David
picture's
Ross.
over,
It's
I'm
been
going
a
to
great
get a
help
hold
here the
of
last couple
Will,
days.
and we'll continue our
He's going to be our draw
interview
person
and find out
for the
more
Mega
about
Moolah
our
draw.
judge for this afternoon. So we'll just hang on here and watch this Mega Moolah draw. If anybody's wanting to get a hold of me, I've got my ticket still left, $500.
This prize is for the Royal Winter Fair gift package, sponsored by the Royal. Trestle Creek. Congratulations. Next prize is sponsored by Splash Design. Connie Stevens. Congratulations. This is for Quick Feeds. Emily Honey, congratulations. This is for Jones's Feed. Dawn Dunham, congratulations. For the Spring Forward gift package, Peter Leach. For Mockstock, the Black Leg. Trestle Creek. For Jones's Feed, Eric Doran. For Briarstand Farm, Luke Donkers. For the Mockstock White, Jeff Stevens. For Brussels Agri-Services gift package, James Cranston. For Fresh H2O gift package, Ezra Roseborough. For the 2 tickets to the Blue Jays, Peter Leach. And this is the heifer. This is the heifer. John Stevens. Congratulations. Thank you to everyone that supported the draw. It's been a great success and a great fundraiser for our event here. If you have questions about your prizes, please come see us over here at the announcers table. We'd be happy to help you out. Thank you again. We will be starting up with our percentage Simmental division here once the judges completed with photos and a brief chat with Paul and Rink.
So we're back here with Judge Meadows, and we'll just pick up where we left off. Maybe just give us your brief experience, or briefly just how you started into the cattle business to where you are today.
Absolutely. So grew up all in it since I was a kid. My dad and uncle actually started Meadows Creek Farm, and we'll do Charolais, Angus, Simmental, and Hereford. We'll also do some crossbred type cattle as well. They started the bull sale deal. It was crazy because my dad and my uncle, my dad judged at Auburn University. So in the back of the livestock judging van, he and all his teammates kind of talked about doing a bull sale, and did that for a while as well. And they got it started, and still some of those friends that he made on the judging road was some of those that really put in and have been cooperators in the sale, have been helped in the sale in some way, shape, or form. So that's really neat, the kind of friendships you make on the judging road. As for me, I've been livestock judging and showing cattle my whole life. I tried to do it before I was 9, which they had to put me in the Pee Wee League, but I was happy when I finally got to do it and be on the big kids side, I guess you'd say. And so doing that and doing livestock judging from a young age really set me out, I guess, from others that I went to school with, and getting the experience, getting the speaking in front of people, getting all these different experiences. And then I took the livestock judging to a bigger scale. I went to school at Fort Scott Community College in Fort Scott, Kansas, and did that for 2 years and got the collegiate judging under my belt. Had a great time with that. I came back home, went to Auburn University, kind of like my parents and aunts and uncles all did. I guess it was just kind of in the family, and I felt like you had to do it. In terms of judging, man, I've done this all across the country. I've been to Hawaii, Alaska. This is my second time here in Canada, and I love it every time I get to go to a show and pour back into the kids, because, man, this is what it's all about. And the friendships that I made at such a young age, the parents, the adults, those that poured into me, it really shapes a youngster's life. And that's what I truly like about it. And I tell those kids when they have a hard time or a hard day, I said, listen, you're learning stuff now that you're going to use in the future that you will not know that you're using it. When I went to college and public speaking was very easy, or speaking in front of the class was super easy, or just how you delegate with people, how you work as a team, how you do all these different things. You learn this in 4-H and FFA, and you learn it just through showing these cattle and these different livestock. So I say, look, keep your head up, man. You have those rough days, those tough days, but, man, life and school and your career is fixing to be so much easier when you get done doing this, because when you can look a judge in the eye, you're going to be able to look your boss into the eye. You're going to be able to respect the authority. You're going to be able to work with others and teammates, especially working on a judging team, collaborate with different people in your office when you get a job in the future. So
I definitely agree with you on that one. I like that, and you can see that you're very confident, which is obviously a really good trait of a judge. You have to show that you believe in yourself. Let's continue on into what your professional career is right now and what you're doing.
Right. So I actually really kind of neat what I did. I found social media kind of in that college life. I found it when I came home from Fort Scott. I had a little bit of a break before I started Auburn, and man, I found social media, and I was like, man, this is kind of neat. I saw people that were talking about livestock. I saw people doing the same thing as myself. I was like, hey, I can do this too. And maybe in the middle brother, I've got an older and a younger brother. I'm pretty competitive as it comes. I mean, shoot, when it comes back down and people are stealing food off your plate, you got to be competitive. Mm-hmm. And so I said, I can do this too. So I gave it a go at it and really have loved it. And that's taken me all over the country doing that, and got some great experiences with it. But I tell you what, the coolest part about it is when I come here and I meet people like yourself that's been following me along on social media, and I get to have those one-on-one conversations. That's what makes it really kind of a neat, special thing for me.
Well, I always watch those. I watch you. I watch John Gevlinger and guys like that, because you're never done learning. Right. And you spend a lot of time and you learn from other people all kinds of things. But one thing that I just wondered about when you move on into your whatever you do, you talked about judging and that. I really think
Somebody with a
employers are really
GMC
looking
Denali
for,
with license plate AP
critical thinkers.
YJ381 is parked in
And
front of a
if they
trailer.
need to
If we
think
could
in a
get them to
hurry,
move their vehicle,
and
that
I
would be
think that
fantastic.
that's one of the things that judging, maybe expand on that and what you think.
Well, and I think for sure you got to think pretty quick, because when you're doing a livestock judging contest, it's timed. And you've got roughly 12 to 15 minutes per class. And you've got to sort through these 4. You've got to come up with a set of reasons. But then you also got to put that in the back of your mind, because you've got, 8 or 10 more classes left. Most of the time they'll do 12 classes. And so, and 8 of those are going to be reasons classes.
Yep.
And so you got to have those notes and all that. But yes, you're exactly right. Critical thinking, you got to think on your feet, be quick and snappy there. But then also regurgitate what you've taken notes on.
And I'm
too.
sure that there's never a perfect one at the top of the class. So you have to decide which fault is the least of the faults. And I find that would help you become a critical thinker of which negative you take as the highest.
Absolutely. And I think you see that a lot of times in jobs and different type careers. You got to have that critical thinking, and like you said, what's least, what's the most. Maybe on these different projects, what do we really need to get done fast here, and what is our main focus,
Right.
and what can we let slide maybe?
Right. Yep. No, I definitely agree. And it's funny, you talk with employers and stuff like that. They'll hire kids that have gone through, up here it's 4-H, but in the States you guys have the FFA programs and stuff like that. And I really, I went through it. And at the time, you'd think that it's stupid and everything, but it really isn't. And you're right, you learn so much that you don't even know you're learning.
Right.
And I definitely agree with you.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing, too, is you're taking care of an animal at the end of the day.
Yep.
You're going to have, when you get older, married, dogs and cats and kids, and it makes you like, hey, look, this animal has to be fed,
Yep.
that you got to go to it. It's that responsibility. And yes, there are those long days and those tough days, and there's maybe those days you want to prioritize something else. But, hey, at the end of the day, this animal has to be fed, it has to be worked, it has to be gone through. So you really quickly learn that responsibility that it comes to caring for an animal.
Yeah. So we're getting, our producers are telling me that I have to wrap it up with you, Will. And I want to thank you, because I've never actually seen you judge, and I love to see.
We're ready to roll with
people
percentage
with different
Simmental
opinions,
heifers. Heat
and
number 1.
we've
can enter
kind
the
of hit
ring.
them pretty good all the way through today. So I just want to thank you and wish you luck the rest of the way.
Well, I sure appreciate it, and sure having a lot of fun. Thank y'all for tuning in and having me on, and it's been a joy, and I sure praise the good Lord above for bringing us all here. And man, we get to live this life that he prepared for us, and we get to take care of these animals that he sure so willingly gave us.
And the hockey game with the fighting.
Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. I'm definitely gonna have to come back for that, because boy, that was sure a treat.
Okay, we got to get Will back out into the ring. So thanks for joining us, Will.
Thanks so much.
Heifers in this class are born May 2025.
Okay, we're starting off with the percentage Simmental. Just Michaela Lott is the only one in this class. She's got Bogart Naughty Flirt with EMB Killarney Daughter.
I think a really nice one right here to go ahead and start the percent Simmentals here. I think this yellow heifer is so neat there from the side. She's feminine and youthful up front, and I like how flat and smooth-shouldered she is there well. Takes it back really nice and neat there, shoulders back. She's good there out of her line. She's big and full there out of her center rib. I just wish we could make her just a bit softer there from hock to ground. I wish we could set down and just get a bit deeper there out of that hill. But I surely think she moves around just fine enough for me here today. But a really nice single entry to go ahead and get the class started off with here today.
Congratulations to ring number 137, Michaela Lott, with Bogart Naughty Flirt 10N. Now entering the ring, we're looking for percentage Simmental heifers, heat number 2. These heifers are aged March 4th to March 24th, 2025.
So yeah, we'll be in bringing on our second class of percentage Simmentals. I got my counterpart back here, and you only missed one class, Eric, and it was class of 1, and I got it right.
Congratulations.
Yep, it was all good.
I knew you could do it.
Okay,
What we got now? We got percentage Simmental, or we have Simmental?
we got percentage Simmental, and I'm not sure because numbers and I'm guessing that's Paige Haynes that's leading an Owen Pletch heifer.
Yeah.
And it's
Deanna Packet.
Maple Elm Kaboom. And then Deanna Packett's got Maple Elm Kabam daughter as well. Then Owen Pletch is in with a Van Sice Princess. She's a Leverage daughter. Austin Groves is second last with J. Saul Angel, and she's a Remedy daughter. And Kendra Snar has BWF Hot Honey, and she's a Stylin' Honey daughter. And yes, Eric, it's Angel, not Angle.
Good.
Pretty nice red heifer coming around here.
Very good, very good. From our friend John Van Sice up at Stainer.
Yes, it is. With it, that would be a Simmental bull that's that Marbren's showed a couple of years ago. I think it was the Ball Kids up at Coldwater.
Oh yes, yes,
Yep.
yes. That heifer's really balanced, isn't she?
Yes, she is. Really like her a lot. I think he was a black baldy calf that they showed him as a bull calf, and was a really nice calf.
I start with the Blaze because, man, I just think she's the most complete and just reads in a really nice package there from the side. She's a heads-up kind of female. She's got some power parts to her, being stout from hock to ground, and I surely like the foot size and shape there she lays underneath. I just think in this class, she's just so neat and level there out of her spine. She's big and wolfy there out of that center rib, and I surely like when you pull her into motion, she gets out and glides really easy there off either end. Good made, good looking female to go ahead and start. Young lady, solid black one coming in right next. I'll tell you one that surely has a ton of rib shape and center to her there. I like the wide toe set she's got there underneath. She gets a bit coarse there on the top side of her tail head. Wish we could just soften that and lay that back just a hair. But I shall tell you what, surely another cool-headed and cool-necked one that can surely get out there and go plenty good too. A little more old-school type color right here on this red and white female. And I think one that really, when she gets stopped and planted, really gives you some cool looks there from the side. She's flat-shouldered, neat made there about her head and neck, and I surely like how just big and full she is there out of that center rib. Gets a nickel straighter there off either too. Not too much. She could still get out and go plenty good, but I surely wish, getting picky on one, you could lay her back in her angles and make her a bit softer hitting off those rear too. Then the young lady's coming up next. One that is just super sappy and full there out of that center rib. You got to like that cowy look there she gives you from the side. One I wish we could lay her down just a shade in her tail head and make her just a bit neater from hot to ground. She gets a bit sharper hitting off those rear two. Wish we would just soften her just a hair off those rear two to slide up any higher. And then the young lady's sock-footed calf out here. I like the squareness of her. I like the body she's got too. And I like just how square and robust she is there off either end. But I surely think one that just gets a bit overpowered in terms of size and scale. She gets beat a bit hard there out of that center rib. Wish we just had more to this female here, that center and that lower rib, to slide up any higher in this class.
Leading off this class of percentage Simmental females is ring number 27, Owen Pletch with OPSC Night Rose 86N. In second, ring number 22, Austin Groves with J Sull Angel 5272N. In third, ring number 27, Owen Pletch with Van Sice Princess 634N. In fourth, ring number 135, Kendra Snar with BWF Hot Honey N15. In fifth, ring number 83, Deanna Packett with OPSC North of Kansas. Now entering the ring is our third and final heat of percentage Simmental females. These are aged January 5th to January 28th.
I really like to side with this this black baldy right here, and I just think one that in the class just holds herself together. And I tell you, if you had a judging team here, this would be a really fun class to go ahead and sort through. I tell you, one that really just so neat there in her lines and her looks there from the side. She's so cool and elevated up front, and I like the authority she puts down when she puts those rear two down at the ground. She holds herself together a bit better than the one right behind her. I like her design there out of that center rib and how she plays into it, shoulders back. Really, really nice one to go ahead and get started with. I tell you, you got one coming up next, a big sappy center type female that, man, she is so cool there from the side. She reads with a lot of cowy, mama cow look there from the side. She's so big and full to that center rib, and I think she's loose and pliable there off either end. I like how loose and pliable she is there out of her spine. I think she maybe takes that bit to the extreme right there behind the shoulder. I wish we could make her just a bit stouter there right behind her shoulder on into her spine, but I surely think one that gets out and glides plenty good enough for me. One that's going to have a bright future for that young man there. Coming into third, I tell you what, one that just kind of falls into third for me in this class. She does a lot of things right. She's just not quite as big as the few ahead of her. She's stout made. She's good looking there from the side. She's square and boxy there off either end. And I like how level and loose she is there out of her lines. I just wish we had just a bit more softness and power there to that center and lower rib, but surely a nice square made one coming there in the third. And then round out the class, guys, one that you can breed on to and have a lot of success with. But man, I tell you, in this class, she just reads a bit more common there out of her head and neck and on into that shoulder. She rounds out a bit sharper there off the top side of her hip compared to the few ahead of her. But still one, you see her go there. She takes a long, loose step. She's so cool there out of those rear 2 feet, being deeper heeled and soft moving. But a great class quality from top to bottom.
Okay, we're getting these heifers brought in for the champion drive of the
Leading off that
percentage
last heat of
Simmental.
percentage Simmental heifers was ring number 102, Grace Dudgeon with DDGN exactly 503N. In second,
Well,
ring
I'm
number 78,
gonna come off the
Carter
top
Dobbin
rope
with
and
EFC
give a
New Penny 3N.
RKO out of nowhere
In
to
third,
our
ring
announcer
number
here if he
22,
doesn't
Austin
be quiet when I'm
Groves
trying to
with
talk.
PLLAA Empress 6N. In fourth, ring number 141, Ashley
Sorry,
Slogan
people.
with Glenview Miss Nosy. Now in the ring is our champion percentage Simmental heifer. On deck, we'll be looking for a single class of Red Angus females with our Shorthorns on deck.
A lot of fun sorting through these percentage Simmentals right here, and I tell you, this is a group right here, quality from top to bottom in each of the classes. These are kind of the three that rose to the top in each of those classes, but I surely like those for sure. Go out and get you a grand reserve. Let's give all these youngins a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Grace Dudgeon with DDGN exactly, your champion percentage Simmental female. Congratulations to Owen Pletch with your reserve champion percentage Simmental OPSC Night Rose 86N. Congratulations. This class is sponsored by DLMS and ST Genetics. If there are representatives from those businesses, please make your way to the photo area for photo opportunity. We'll now have our Angus at ringside after our photos.
Okay, joining us quickly here with this picture break, we've got Nikki Ross, and Nikki looks after the broadcast here. Nikki, maybe just tell us a little bit about your business that you have going.
So NRCS, among show broadcasts, I picture and video sale cattle, catalogs, signs, all sorts of things. And then also along with NRCS, I also own and operate S4 branding company. So embroidery machines, lasers, basically if I don't know how to do it, I figure it out.
Right on. So if people need some hats or some vests or stuff like that for a show, they would get in touch with you.
Yeah, you bet you. We did all the gloves that every participant got here for the show at Spring Forward. And then, yeah, there's lots of stuff you see around the ring that we've made also.
So on I see some of the videos or some of the pictures you've got of bulls on there, and were those done while you were videoing at Farms Out West, ready for bull sales?
Yeah, lots of these. Most of these pictures were taken last year and a couple this year. And lots of them are actually, this one here is from Clark Family Farms. Pretty much just, I have a variety pretty much from everyone that I did over the last year on there.
Yeah, we mentioned about your father at the manager at Clark Family Farms hosting their sale this Friday night. So, and we thank them for being a sponsor. They're a big sponsor that we have, and it takes a lot of them. As you can tell, there's a bunch of them around. But so do you find yourself growing in maybe just the sale part, or do you find yourself or people that run shows maybe going ahead and wanting more broadcast of live shows?
So I actually, after 10 years of doing online show broadcasts, I was in the beginning I was with DLMS, and then I took over the Canadian manager position for live auctions. I stepped away from that last year. So basically I'm just picturing and videoing sale cattle and show broadcasts with NRCS.
So do you find more people wanting to do the broadcasts with the shows, or do you think people are staying away from it, trying to get people to come to the shows?
I think lots of times I feel there's more and more shows that are getting broadcasted, even these like smaller junior shows and stuff like that. Like the size of the show doesn't matter. People want their sponsors to get recognized and for people to be able to see from home.
Yeah, I know. I sure appreciate it when you can't get out to see the show, and like we're in Ottawa or close to it, and it's nice to see a show broadcast from, say, Regina, or when these junior shows that are on, these national junior shows that happen all during the summertime. So Laura and I like to throw it on and sit on the couch and watch for a while and just see the kids, and it is good to see that we're getting more technology into our showing hobby. Do you foresee more of this coming along, say in sales, having pre-broadcasts, going over certain lots and certain highlights and sale features?
Yeah, for sure. There is for people to just quickly go over their sale offerings and stuff like that. Lots of people are doing Facebook Live and stuff like that. I know some of my other people that are in the industry are going and doing promotional videos on farm and interviewing people about their upcoming sale and stuff like that. And lots of people are looking for that extra advertising and something new and different than just your catalog and your videos, just so people see more of and learn about your operation instead of just flipping through a catalog and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. That's I can remember running to the mailbox waiting for the Hereford Digest to come in and the Angus books. But now it's so funny because that show with the internet, that show happens, and if you don't watch it live, the results the next day. So how can people get in touch with you if they want to visit with you about branding and promoting, or helping out get some exposure to their herd?
So it's quite easy to track my phone number down, it seems. If you go to the website, my email's on there, Facebook, text. It's pretty easy to track me down, I feel, most days.
Are you saying that you're getting a lot of phone calls? Is that what you're telling me, Nikki?
Well, I mean, I had a random number text me a link to a Muppets clip yesterday. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, I've been accused of that before. So anyway, Nikki, thanks for joining us. Just wanted to get you a little exposure, let people know this just doesn't happen magically the night before the show. And thank you for coming and doing this with us.
Yeah, no problem. It's great to be here. I've been at Spring Forward for the 5th year, right from the very beginning.
Well, that's great. Thanks very much. Keep up the good work. Now, when we have some time, we're going to get our master of ceremonies here, the big man on the mic, so that we know we won't get interrupted now. We can have a great conversation. I've got Mr. Eric Doran with us from the committee of the Spring Forward Show.
Just happy to be here, surrounded by some great people. Except for Paul, he's just average, but everybody else is great. It's nice to have these guys come up and commentate for us, and you're probably sick of hearing my voice, but you're probably more sick of hearing their voices. And
no, they aren't.
No, they aren't?
No,
okay.
No, they're happy.
I mean, we'll send out a survey and we'll find out, Paul. It'll be fine. Yeah, I'm really glad that we're here. It's a great turnout. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, big crowd in the stands, and the nice part is people that I don't really know, and they're older guys that have come here to watch, and that's always good to see. Eric, tell me about the transformation of the show from, like, it seems like you guys are trying to do different things. You had the Mega Moolah. It used to be just bring a heifer in, and the winner would pick a heifer. Tell me what led you to the way you did it this year.
That's a really good question, Paul, and we're really trying to do different things here. We have 3 great spring shows here in Ontario, and we try to set each one of them apart a little bit. And Spring Forward to me is kind of the crown jewel of the events. We start off with the event where the facility is fantastic. I heard you guys talking about it earlier, but that comes with a really high cost. And with that cost comes a lot of fundraising, comes the Mega Moolah draw, and the Mega Moolah draw raises a fair chunk of money for us to help pay for this facility. And I don't want to say the amount that it costs for this facility on the show broadcast, but well into the 5 digits for this facility for the weekend. And so the Mega Moolah heifer, we've over the past 4 years we did a choice, and over that time we found it kind of challenging to get commitments out of breeders to put their heifer in as part of the draw, and understandably, because they want to put in a high quality heifer, they want to support the event, but they also want to keep these heifers, or they have kids showing these heifers, and they want to get the ones ready that they feel are the best, and it's just hard to get a commitment. So this year we decided, we have a bit of money in the bank account, let's go out and support a breeder that's supported us in the past, the Stewart family down in Western Ontario, and we purchased a Simmental heifer, and just thought it would be easier and more consistent, and we could start selling tickets a bit earlier on this draw. And I think it's went okay. We started selling tickets at the Royal Winter Fair. We sold a fair number of tickets there, and we've continued selling them up until last night. We sold out last night.
Well, you haven't called my name yet, Eric. And my ticket's still for sale if anybody wants it at $500.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good deal. I mean, for Paul, the draw is over. But if you want to give Paul $500, you're more than welcome to. I think he takes tips. He's probably used to $5 bills though.
Anyway, Eric, I do want to comment on that heifer. That's a beautiful heifer, and that to me is an excellent way to raise money for this show, and that's what I like about your crew. You're not the status quo isn't good enough, and you keep trying to improve, and then there's times where it maybe doesn't work out and you don't do it, and you still have your online sale that I'm sure generates a few dollars. But just one note on that heifer, we have a sister at home to her that we bought from Stewart's. Tom Coulter and I did probably about 3 years ago out of the Royal Winter Fair. And she was second in class as a yearling, beat by a really good heifer of Jackson Corners. But then it wasn't as much the show as what she's turned into. And she's got a really good calf this year on her, and just basically real no-nonsense cow that's great.
A good down-to-earth kind of cow. And, you know, we sent a couple of folks down there to select that heifer. And, you know, we looked at the numbers. We looked at the phenotype, you know, the eye test.
Yep.
And she passed those with flying colors. And then we went and they looked at the mother cow, and they said, you know, she's good uddered. She's a quality kind of female. And that's the kind of female that we wanted to offer. You know, it's something that anybody can use. Like even a Hereford breeder or an Angus breeder, or even me as a Charolais breeder, feel comfortable buying tickets on this female as something you can build from, right? So
Well, I can tell you could build from daughters of, it's Mike and Missy's own herd bull, that gutsy man, and I'll tell you, boy, what a he's just done a great job with that heifer that we've got, and she's got a beautiful heifer calf on her this year. So I don't think whoever wins this can't go wrong, because they'll be having a nice female.
Well, and you know, it's kind of cool because the winner of the draw was actually John Stevens. So Jeff and their family have been raising that heifer for our team here over the winter. So that heifer actually gets to go home. She gets to go home, and she's got a great home there. And they actually just started their Simmental program here this winter. They've got some Simmental embryo calves on the ground, and they added that heifer in today.
Perfect.
By winning that heifer. So it's kind of a perfect fit.
So is John? How's he related to Jeff?
So John is Jeff's dad.
Perfect.
So
Okay.
it's Jeff's a great part of our committee. He has a lot to offer in terms of organization and all that wonderful stuff. So it's nice to see our committee members be successful.
Well, and that's what I was
going
to ask. I was going to ask you, Eric, about your committee. You have a great diversion of different backgrounds, I guess would say.
Yeah.
Jeff's a dairyman.
Yep, Jeff's a dairyman, and he's got lots of experience in organizing those dairy shows. A lot of them here at Ancaster, and right to the Royal Winter Fair.
And then there's Amy.
Yep, Amy Reinhardt.
Yep.
She's a Red Angus breeder from Paris, and she's had decades of experience in the show industry.
She can have. She's not that old.
Well.
Okay, and then let's keep going. Yourself.
Yep, I've been around a time or two.
Yep.
Dan Bowers, he's here with us in the ring today.
Yep.
He's got a great little set of Simmental cows, and he manages a commercial herd not too far from here. He's a great asset when it comes to logistical stuff, when it comes to this show.
Locally to help out with like the tractors and the stuff like that. Yeah.
And local sponsorship too.
Okay, and that's what keeps the ball rolling.
And we have
of course.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Adam Smith.
Yep.
He's kind of our poster boy, I guess you could say. He's in the ring all the time, and
yep.
He's positive energy. He brings tons of experience, and he's just a darn good guy.
Yep.
So
Adam's a good kid.
We try to have a really good committee down here. It's not a large committee. We've got a lot of other people that come and help us, like Nikki Ross, Nicole Avery stepped up here today. We've had some moms help us in the past, Terry Muir and Sarah Pletch. They've gave us a hand as well. But we got a great set of people, and Adam Gilbert on the ring. He's getting everybody in the ring in order today. Just great folks that we've got running this show.
Well, it does take a lot. There's no doubt about it. The thing I like about your committee, you can get a lot accomplished because it is small. And you're not fighting over decisions. You get it done. If it works, that's great. And if it doesn't, you shift gears on the go and try and fine-tune it.
That's right. Well, I got to step back so I don't get fired. But it's been great talking to you, Paul, and I'll turn the mic back over to Rick.
I'll leave these as they came in and side with the darker
Thanks, Eric.
pigmented heifer. I just think she just reads with a ton more quality out of that middle rib. She's a bit softer, a bit sappier there down to that lower third of it for sure. Pull her into motion. She gets out and goes plenty good enough for me. I just think one's a bit more elite in terms of that head and neck in front of that shoulder. She's a bit higher tied, more elevated out of that chest floor, and I just think a pretty nice looking heifer there from the side. The young man's heifer right behind her. I liked how the length of spine, how she's so long and level there out of her spine, how she comes off real neat and tidy there off the top side of her hip and on and out towards her tail head. I think another one that's good in terms of the quality at the ground. She reaches and goes out of that front end, and I like the foot and bone she puts down on those rear two for sure. I just think one that gets a bit plainer in terms of that center rib design. I wish she was a bit softer down to that lower part of that rib, had more boldness and turn to that lower cavity there as well. But I surely think one that goes ahead and rounds out the class and does it in a really nice way. Those would be your Grand Reserve as well. Let's give these two a big round of applause.
Leading off this Red Angus division and your automatic champion Angus female today is ring number 88, Gus Reed with Red GCS Priscilla 211.
Well, you get that dark color. It
and
sure
in
does,
reserve, ring number 73, Nathan Swackhammer with Red Bonavista Nova 1N. Congratulations to you both. After our photo break, we will move right into our Shorthorn division.
They're really nice heifers, and like they are in great condition
our
right there for
champion
this time
Angus
of year.
female, sponsored by New Life Mills and reserved to Farm Credit Canada. If there are representatives from those businesses, please make your way to the backdrop. We have another trailer that's blocked in with a Chrysler 300 DJAY 668. If you own that vehicle, please move it out from in front of the trailer. Thank you.
Hey, Eric, just had a text come in here asking about the toe width of these calves that our judges commented on a little bit today. Just what are your thoughts on that? Do you want a real wide toe set? Do you like them really close together, or what are your thoughts and your structural reasoning for that?
I think there's something to be said for a wider toe set. For me, I'd prefer to see toes that are straight ahead, relatively close, but not crossing by any means. Anytime you open up toes, it means you've gone down the heel, and now you've got less heel, and you run into more problems. When you get them too wide, now you get hairy wart and
corns
corns and everything else.
Okay. So there's it's a
happy medium.
Right. Like so it's up to the judge to decide, but
that's like people saying, "Well, I like the squishy foot." What the hell? If I wanted flat pasturing cattle, I'd go buy flat pasturing cattle.
Or you could breed it to a raccoon.
Or coon-footed little rascals. You bet.
Yeah.
You bet. Yeah.
But are there some geographical areas or conditions that those cushioned pastures are needed?
I have not been to Russia yet, but as far as I know,
what about
good here.
What about West Texas? I don't know. I'm throwing it out.
You don't need squishy feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
You hear it.
Oh, why don't they just say they're weak pasturing? That's easier to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it when we have these discussions because we probably agree, but I love to disagree with you.
Go right ahead.
So,
Go right ahead.
Just to stir it up so we could keep things going. In all honesty, I got a friend up in the Ottawa Valley. I got one friend, and he first thing he looks at when he comes to looks at our
All right,
cattle
let's
is
have
the
heat one of
pasturage.
Shorthorn
He's an old
heifers.
horse guy.
Right.
We're looking
And-
for two heifers,
and
both
he'll
April
comment
born.
if it's too much of an angle or if
Right.
it's too steep.
Right. Right.
First,
right,
but that's the first thing he looks at.
Sure. Sure.
Every time starts right at the bottom at the pasturage.
Yep. If you take into consideration what the Holstein people have done, they always said, you know, the shallower the heel, the more milk you get.
Oh, I didn't know that was directly related.
But you take strength out of cattle at the same time.
So longevity.
Longevity's gone.
Yep. No, agreed. Well, we've got our
Shorthorn class. coming in.
Shorthorns coming in. We've got just two heifers out here. I'll let you go ahead and announce this one, Eric.
Wait till their numbers July.
No, look at the date, second date.
Oh. Maybe that one's not in it.
Eric's going to read the name off of this young lady because we had a hard time with that last year.
We've got two Denhon heifers in this class here right now, Ava and Grace. Grace is showing Nora, and Ava is showing Glen Eiley, Nikki Moo. Nice pair of heifers.
Both knockout daughters, Eric.
And Abigail's not here with us today.
Yeah. That's the name that we had a hard time pronouncing last year. Chevalier. Chevello.
Abigail.
There it is.
You know, I like the more red-roan heifer of the pair, and I think, too, they're just about identical in terms of their skeleton and their hip height out here today. But I surely like this one here. I just think she's just the better moving of the two. She comes out of that front end a bit better, a bit easier reaching off those front two. She's got a bit more punch to that center rib. I like the boldness as it turns and goes down as it sweeps back underneath. And I surely like just how she's a notch looser there out of the middle part of her spine. Surely like that heifer quite a bit here in this class. The young lady's a white roan female right here. She just gets a notch tighter moving off those front two. She's a bit more vertical from top to bottom in terms of that angle to the shoulder. I like her there out of her lines. I think she has enough there underneath. But I wish this one would get out and rotate and move just a shade softer there off either end. But it's surely a nice one to come into second. Great class, good pair. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Leading off that first heat of Shorthorn breeding heifers is ring number 123, Grace Denhan with DFCC Kylie Nora 17N. In second, ring number 104, Ava Denhan with Glen Isley Nikki Moonage 22N. Now entering the ring, we're looking for Shorthorn breeding heifers, heat number 2. These heifers are aged January 27th to March 1st.
Well, we got a tough class here, Eric. These Shorthorn females, they're coming with some heat right now.
Pretty strong class of heifers, probably, particularly on the top end here.
Yep, these
There's 3 or 4 heifers out there that are going to play pretty hard ball.
that big white heifer up at the front looks pretty good.
Probably got as much hard muscle in her as any of the females we've seen out there. If she looks maybe too juvenile at this point in time, but she's not quite as soft looking.
Yeah, it's too bad we couldn't get a look at those heifers. We can see them as they're moving there,
Yeah,
turning
sure
in
enough-
to come in.
Sure enough, they brought
Yep.
her in.
I think a really nice rolling heifer
Heifer
to go
could be a
ahead
real
and
player
start,
in
and
the
I think
fall time.
she's just the most complete in the class. Just square made off either end and super sound there for sure. She's neat and elevated there in her chest, and she's so cool and feminine, holding her head this high in the top of her shoulder. And I surely like how she stays within her lines. She's sappy in her middle. She gets out and goes plenty good enough. She goes ahead and gets a win and does it pretty quick. The white female right behind her, I think one right here, you got to look at her for sure and just see how much rib she has to that center of her. She's got the more center punch than the couple behind her. I like her there at the ground. I think she's wide between her toes, and she gets out and goes square enough for me. At times she can stand like she's a little bit out at her knee on that right side, but I don't think she is. I think she's just getting a little off in terms of standing out here today. She's good there in her lines. Just wish she had maybe just a shade more right there behind her shoulder. Good made female that can go good enough for me. Young lady's come in there in the third. I think one that when you compare her back to the one right behind her, she's got more out of that lower hip and that lower leg, and more right there in that center punch of that rib. And I think one that levels out really nice and neat when you set her there in the motion, and one that surely gives you a cool look there from the side when you get off to the side of her. I just wish there was more lower rib to this one. She gets a bit more concave there underneath and a bit more tubular there in that lower rib shape. Nice one coming up next right here. I think one that's got some really nice feet and legs there at the ground. She's wide between her toes. She sits down really soft. She's deep there out of her heel. Looks really cool off to the side for her from here. I just wish there was just more body and mass of that center rib, more right there behind her shoulder and on into that lower leg for sure. I think you got 3 that kind of round out the class here. I think 3 that just kind of get overpowered and outperformed, but in terms of overall body and shape, I think 3 right here. I wish we could get out of that front end and go just a shade better. Especially that one coming here second to last there. Awesome class. Way to go ahead and get it started. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Leading off that second heat of Shorthorn heifers is ring number 77, Paige Lougheed with Millbrook She's a Candy, TB328M. In second, ring number 110, Carly Watson with WCC Bobby's Girl 127N. In third, ring number 23, Kaylee Moore with MCC She's Gone to Vegas 20N. In fourth, ring number 33, Andy Kearse with Bar 33 Rose 29N. In fifth, ring number 67, Benjamin Gilpin with Holland Lane Verona Nixie 9N. In sixth, ring number 29, Lydia Cressman with MCC Sweet Maria 22N. In seventh, ring number 123, Grace Denhan with Glen Isley A. Vicky 7N. Now entering the ring is our third and final heat of Shorthorn breeding heifers. Following this, we'll be looking for the top 2 placings from the previous heats to come in for champion Shorthorn heifer.
Okay. Leadoff heifer in this class is from Katie Mills. She's a Crawfordtown lady, 11N. She's a Currency daughter. The next heifer walking in is from Josie Crawford, and she is a Crawford Lucy 06N. She's a Flash daughter. Next heifer we have is Shelby Crawford with Duchess, an Equator daughter. Oh, she's not? Oh, Shelby's a scratch. Okay. And then we've got Alexander. Oh, she's a scratch too, isn't she?
Number 7.
Okay, that's her. Yep. Him. Yep. And then we've got his sister, Abigail. The next heifer coming in is and that's the Independence Sugar Annabelle. The next heifer coming in is from Brooks Donaldson on Augusta Premier 4N. And the last heifer walking in should be Carly Watson with Gemstone.
Alexander and Abigail's last name is Chevalello. Just in case you were wondering, Eric, I thought I'd help you out there.
I appreciate that. Anything you can do, Polly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we've got
Very nice heifer walked in last in class here.
Yep, nice white roan female, red-necked roan, I guess is what they call them. Yeah. Nice females. The heifer that won that class, the last class, Eric, originated at Millbrook Farms in Quebec with at Blair Allnut's place.
Yes.
And then we got a couple of Croft-down heifers up front. Maybe Doc's listening. What do you think?
That
do you think?
second heifer up there looks pretty nice across.
Yes. Yeah,
Very nice.
I think Doc's listening to us.
I'll bet he is.
Yep.
He should be out doing chores right now. He's probably watching this show.
Yep, but that's a really nice female.
Yeah, Doc, if you are listening, she's a little harder top, a little deeper sided.
Yeah. Looks like Doc's been working on the young lady on the stick too, because Doc could get one out in the ring and get her looking good there, Eric.
I think it was Doc's boys that did that.
Nope, it would be Doc. Yeah, she's in the hunt here, Eric. We've got the Watson girl and the Crawford girl.
This is the short name.
It's the National Shorthorn Show. It was last year, right?
Yeah. It's nice roan heifer. Pressure's on, Doc.
If you're
Pressure's
listening,
on.
Doc,
Man.
I think you got the call, bud.
Yeah, where's that rabbit foot at?
Tell you, I
Yeah,
start with
way
one
to go.
redneck heifer here, and you can probably see why. I just think the one that combines the most in the class here today is she just looks like a mama cow there from the side, that big sappy rib that she's got. And so big and open up over the top side of her skeleton. And I like how this one just tracks and goes really well off either end. Looks really cowy, real maternal there from the side. Does it in a nice, neat package. Still feminine enough for me up front there from the side, too. Young lady's coming into second right here. I think another one adds a lot of power to play with here. She's got a ton of rib laid into her. Like how just big and bold she is on the top side of her skeleton. She's good there coming out of her lines. Like how stout and neat she is there at the ground, too. I just wish out of this front end we could just open her up just a shade more, reach out of that front end just a hair better. And I wish that we could just close her up just a hair more out of that chest floor, just make her a touch neater there up front as well. Young lady's coming here in the third. You know it's a tough spot, third and fourth right here. You can flip them both either ways. I just like this one's composition a bit better. I think she's just got a bit more tone and body there to the center portion of her rib. She's a bit neater there up front, a little bit more feminine there about her head and neck and a bit more tucked up there in her chest. She sets down a bit more authoritative there at the ground. She's wider there in her toe spread, and I like how she's opened up good there on the top side of her hip too. Young lady's coming up next. Like I said, one right here that I like the length of body. I like the ribs she's got to her. I just wish we had a bit more. She gets a bit older headed and older there about her chest. Wish we just freshen her up just a shade, make her a bit taller, laying into the top side of her shoulder. But I surely think this is going to be a great breeding piece for this young lady. She's cowy, she's maternal about that rib and that look there from the side. Round out of the class, you got two right here that just get a bit overpowered, outperformed by the ones ahead of them. You got young man's right here. Got enough rib cage to her there. I just wish there was more of her. Wish we could open her up and level her there out of the top side of her hip. Wish we could just put her into motion. She's set down a bit stouter foot and bone there at the ground. But I surely like the youthfulness and the elegance up front on that heifer there. And then round out the class, the young lady's red one right here. She does have enough rib to her there. She's super geek neck and flat shouldered right there on the front side of her blade. But I think one right here that gets up the most in her top line for me. She gets a bit more rigid moving off those rear two. I just wish we could just lay that one out just a shade better and hold that top line as we're moving away from me for sure.
Third and final heat of Shorthorn heifers there, led off by ring number 11, Josie Crawford with Croft Down Lucy 06N. In second, ring number 110, Carly Watson with SOG Ruby's Gemstone 1N. In third, ring number 72, Brooke Donaldson with Tibbs Augusta Premier 4N. In fourth, ring number 142, Katie Mills with Croft Down Lady 11N. In fifth, ring number 7, Alexander Chevalello with Independent Chances Elsa 3N. In sixth, ring number 6, Abigail Chevalello with Independent Sugars Annabelle 2N. This is now our champion Shorthorn heifer class. On deck, we'll be looking for our first heat of Simmental heifers.
Okay, we're just here as they're looking at these Shorthorn Champion Drive. I got a young exhibitor that was showing in the show, and we just want to ask him. So what are your thoughts here, Corbin, about showing at the show? And how many years have you been at this show?
Sure.
Well,
I like the feet and legs on some of these I got out here. I think there's a lot of quality, a lot of look from the side. Let's give all these young ladies out here a big round of applause, and I'll find you a grand reserve.
It's a good show for everyone.
Okay, now how hard is it to do you find getting these cattle ready if they've been out and had manure on them and that?
Congratulations to
indoor
Josie
wash
Crawford
rack
with Croft Down
Yeah, we have a
Lucy
huge
06
show barn,
and your champion Shorthorn female.
This year we worked on the.
We'd like to invite our Shorthorn class sponsors, the Ontario Shorthorn Association, and
Perfect. Well, you're lucky
Shorthorns
because
to
not a lot of us have that. We still have about 8 inches of snow on the ground up in Arnprior where I'm from. But anyways, Corbin, I saw you do a good job in showmanship yesterday, and is that one of the first times you've moved on at in this show in the showmanship?
Yeah, I think it's probably one of my first times moving on to the finals, and it's pretty nice.
Yeah, how did you like that? Did you enjoy that?
Our
Yeah, it was
reserve
pretty
champion
fun
Shorthorn
to
today
enjoy
going
it.
to Paige Lougheed
Good.
with
Well,
Millbrook,
congratulations,
She's a
and
Candy,
that's the part we like seeing is
congratulations.
the kids that keep improving every year, and they don't
Following
just quit
our
after the
picture
first year
break,
when
we'll
they
be
don't
moving
win.
into our
So,
Simmental
Albert,
division with Heat 1
Corbin,
of Simmental heifers.
I just wanted to say thanks for coming and interviewing with me.
No problem.
So we're gonna invite Adam Smith in with us for a chat just for a minute, and then we're gonna have another guy come in and visit. We're gonna get a couple interviews done quickly before we get going on the Simmental. So, Adam, what are your thoughts on the show here?
It's been a great show so far. Nice to see numbers up a nickel from last year, and I think the quality's improved as well year over year.
I would say the quality has really improved, especially in some breeds. Like I know the Hereford breed really took off this year from last year.
I couldn't agree more, Paul. I think it's nice to see those smaller breeds really pick it up too.
Yep. You started off with the Galloways, and I thought that was a nice representation of some nice heifers.
Yeah, very much so. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a better group of Galloways. Top to bottom, it was quite a consistent group and a good group.
Yep. No, we're good with that. So tell me what your role is on the committee there, Adam.
So I'm one of the 5 committee members here, so I mostly look after the financial side and have the pleasure of being the ring man for both days here as well.
Do you have your phone on you to count your steps?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I need all the exercise I can get, so I'm just hoping the number keeps increasing.
So I had a buddy that went to Denver with me, and we both had our phones, and I couldn't find out how many steps I took, and he was with me all the time. So he told me that there was the one day he had 14,000 steps. And I said, oh, no wonder I'm sore. And then I finally did find out how to do it, and I only had about 9,500 steps. So his legs must not have been near as long as mine were.
Well, I have to commend the exhibitors, too, this year. I'd say for the first show of the year, the cattle have been extremely well trained and whatnot, and it's made both my life and Dan Bohr, these other ringmans, pretty easy today.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
I think I touched base. I interviewed Corbin Reed there, and he was telling me they're lucky enough to have an indoor a heated show barn, as he says, but an indoor spot to work where out of the elements. Not all of us have that. We still have, like I said, about 8 inches of snow on the ground, but that's tough, as you well know. You guys are in the banana belt down here without the snow.
Sunny south.
Yes, the sunny south. It really makes things a lot easier to walk those cattle.
Very much so, but you wouldn't know it's the first show of the year.
No.
Cattle have been extremely well mannered.
Yeah. And Adam, just talk to me a little bit about your sponsorships, because you sure do have a lot of banners around the ring, and just in case anybody else is listening, how can they reach out to you for sponsorship?
Certainly, and we're very thankful for all the sponsors we do have, and it's we really enjoy putting on this show each and every year, but it definitely wouldn't be possible without all these sponsors. If they'd like to reach out, they can reach out to our Facebook page at springforwardbeefevent@gmail.com, or to any of us individuals on the committee as well. We'd love to speak more, and we have plenty of different options for sponsorship. Some people prefer to give cash, if you will. Some prefer to give giveaway items or donation items. And as well, this was the first year we had a semen and embryo sale earlier in February here, and we had a lot of great outreach and a lot of good donations towards that sale, which we are planning to have again next winter as well.
So what do you foresee as far as the mega moolah? Do you foresee that with the heifer going ahead next year, or?
Well, that's a really good question. I know the first couple of years we had the system, right, where you had a handful of heifers out there and you got to select one. This year we changed that, and we went out and bought one outright from the Stewart family, who's been great supporters of our show. And I'd say we're definitely going to take a hard look at it again to see how we can improve it for next year. So I'm not certain if we will or not have it, but if we don't, we'll certainly bring a different opportunity to everyone.
Well, just from mine and Eric's point of view, you didn't get a good heifer, you got a really good heifer for the winter. So, I mean, if you can keep doing that, buying it at a reasonable price and making money by selling these tickets to help the show, that person that wins that heifer, that's
all right, let's roll with Simmental.
Very much so.
One.
Yeah, I'm really pleased with the one we ended up with this year, and yeah, very thankful everyone had a part of it, and certainly be on the hunt next year if we want to continue.
Yeah. Well, Eric and I are kind of wondering, did you pick it out, or who was the one in the committee that picked out that heifer?
It was a great mind of Jeffrey Stevens who found that heifer.
Well, there we go. There we go. Anyway, Adam, thanks for spending some time with us. They're getting into the Simmental class, so
Heat 1 is
go
entered
put some
the
miles
ring.
on.
I don't want to lose my
Are
job, but
aged
thanks you,
April
Paul and Eric,
25th
for
to
sitting
May
with us today.
26th.
Thanks, Adam.
Adam does a really, really good job here working with the kids, and the whole thing is organized so well, this show. And, he's absolutely right. We've seen cattle come out here, and they're more than housebroke. I mean, they're ready to go for the fall time here now, guys.
Yeah, they're bomb-proof.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
It's one thing to say, I got one finally ready by fall time. I've had it at 26 county fairs, but to come out here early in the year and have these cattle perform like this and presented the way they are right now, I can't wait until they go ahead and shed out and the lice hit them and all that good stuff, Paulie. But for right now, these cattle look really good.
Well, then they would look like mine if they did that.
Yeah, I know.
But, Eric, you touched on the presentation of these, and I know that there's this Crawford heifer is just done.
1-2, she's dialed in.
Yeah, but and I there's always the arguments about whether you should have help or whether the juniors should have to do it themselves. And I truly believe if the junior really wants to learn, they'll be right down there working with one of the best fitters there are and learning, as opposed to making that person do the wrong thing over and over again.
I know. It's a come see, come sigh thing. You've got parents that say, well, I can't fit as well as, and Joe went ahead and brought in this fitter and all this. And, all I can say is to the kids, I said, if you want to learn, just get out there and keep doing it. And work along with the people that you respect in the industry. It doesn't do you any good to go ahead and say, hey, I compare with the young boy or young girl that was last in class. But watch the kids that do it really right and really get the cattle ready and mimic them as best you can.
I was at the Junior National Hereford Show, I'm going to say 2018, and I saw, we know Bill Couch, and he's passed now, but his son was helping his grandson get ready, get a heifer ready, and they were both down clipping the leg together, talking. It was fun to watch him.
She is just as smooth as
nothing more
glass when you put her
rewarding
into
than
motion.
the
She's
family
got
doing it
those
together. There
ultra
really
good
is,
hip and
guys.
hind legs. When you get out and go with her, she sets them down so nice and neat. I like her look off from the side. She just puts herself together. I like the pattern look that she gives you there. I just like how she comes back in so nice and neat to that lower turn to that rib. Just a good made sound type female that you kind of got to like quite a bit. Young man's coming here in a second. I think, one that gives you a bit more traditional semi-look up front. Got a little extra leather and extra throat latch there, but, man, she sure packs a punch. And that center rib and that lower quarter, I like her there out of her lines. If you want to breed on some power parts on that bottom side of the pedigree, this is the one to do it with right here. She's good there out of her toe set. She's good there out of her heel. And I like her when you pull her into motion. I just wish we were maybe just a little bit higher tying in terms of that head and neck shape there up front. Young ladies here in the third, I really like this pattern look from the side she gives you. She's long and level there out of her spine. I like how she coordinates that to a level hip and hind leg. But I tell you, when you sit off and you look at this one from the side, I wish there was just a bit more right there behind her shoulder. She gets a bit tighter right there behind her shoulder. Wish we could blow her apart in that middle rib. But I tell you what, a youthful looking heifer up front, real neat about her head and neck, and I surely like her there. Two kind of rounding out the class, just kind of get overpowered and outperformed just in terms of that overall body and mass. Two, I'd like to sit down a bit softer there at the ground. I just wish we could make them a bit neater there from hock to ground, and we get a bit sharper off both of those and a little straighter up front off that one, kind of round out the class. But a good way to start, good way to end. Let's get it rolling on to the next one. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Leading off that first seat of Simmental heifers is ring number 12, Shelby Crawford with Holt Miss Sonora 508N. In second, ring number 140, Brody Blenkiron with Alton BV FS Northern Onyx 405N. In third, ring number 21, Felicity Groves with MINN Nicole 565N. In fourth, ring number 138, Regan Parr with Welsh Miss Princess N1. In fifth, ring number 27, Owen Pletch with OPSC Nightstar Galaxy in 1N. Now entering the ring is Simmental heifers heat number 2. These are heifers aged February 5th to March 20th.
So, Eric, to continue our conversation with Willie Couch working with his nephew, that was, like I said, back in 2018. And then Laura and I, Katie had a heifer, and we took her down to Louisville this past summer. And I watched, and they have a fitting competition in the senior showmanship part. And that young lad won the fitting competition. So 7 years later, and he started just as a young lad working, and he was right down beside his uncle, and his uncle was pointing out things, and they both had clippers going. And it was kind of cool to see how he didn't sit back, but he also had a good person to show him how to do it.
In general anymore, Paul, when you look at these cattle the way they're fitted out here today, I mean, and we are seeing the best fitted set of cattle that we've ever seen at this show. We've not had cattle come in kind of ragtaggy and unhalter broke and that kind of thing. This has been really really rewarding, and I'm sure moms
Still looking
and
to get
dads
a
have put lot of
Chrysler
work into these
300 out of the
cattle.
way of a trailer. The license plate is
we got to give credit to some of these
DJAY668.
younger kids.
Please
in
move
these
that
junior
vehicle.
shows, learning how to judge cattle as well, and learning what they're doing with fitting to try to accentuate the good points and hide the bad points. And I think, it's not just as easy as clipping everything the same length.
I agree wholeheartedly. I think if you're going to do that, you need to have the young people working along with someone that's been part of the industry for several years. We get people coming into the business right now, and they want to go on a fad or a tangent, and those cattle aren't close to reality. A lot of these people have never calved out a cow, wouldn't know the first thing about what they're supposed to look like from a functional standpoint. And I think that if they just learn the basics, they'll be so much further ahead. But as far as young people knowing terminology and that kind of thing, I think that's really important. Just don't get off on the squishy foot and the wide toes and all that.
Yeah.
Just keep it normal. Keep it normal.
Yeah, maybe if I can paraphrase for you, less is more. Get out there and pick a few
Exactly.
points.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think those are one of the things that, we're not going to. We can talk too much about one. I've got a guy coming in here right now, Eric, that we're going to do a little interview on. We're going to wait till he finishes his donut midstream, but I've got Mike Thomas here, and Mike is maybe some of you know is the barn manager at the Royal, and works doing that for 2 weeks straight, and because he has the dairy barn to look after too after we leave with the beef cattle. But Mike's taken on a venture of authoring a book. He's writing a book, and hopefully he doesn't talk about Eric and I in this book. But maybe Mike, if you could first of all just give us a little bit of your background as in the agriculture business and with working with who you worked with and what breeds you started with.
Well, I wasn't born on a farm. I was introduced to agriculture as a young teen when my family moved out of the suburbs up into the countryside. So
the suburbs of where, Mike?
Mississauga.
Okay. Yep.
So, but I was born in Ireland. I'm an Irish citizen. Was born in Dublin, so I came over as a child. But somehow or other, I managed to migrate all the way up to Hockley Valley, and had quite a passion for horses when I was a young teenager. But I migrated out of that into livestock over the years. Horses, I really enjoyed it, but I liked the cattle business, the livestock business better, because I quickly learned that you can always eat your mistakes with livestock. Horses are an expensive way.
Yeah.
But and then I went to ag college. I went to Guelph and did
Yep.
that deal. And interesting enough, the farm that I worked on as a kid was the CEO of the company that I presently work for, and I am now in my 50th year
Wow.
of employment with the same company.
Must have started when you were 11.
I started early and
Yeah.
seen a lot of stuff happen, but just to summarize it, my talent is sales, but my passion is livestock. And I'm a great believer in following your talent, and then you can make a living to enjoy your passion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're fortunate enough to have one and the same, both your passion and your talent, the same thing, then you're one of the few.
Yep.
One of the few. But over that journey, I back about 20 years ago, our company went through a very, very difficult time when they brought in some consultants. And I got to be very good friends with a gentleman, Dr. Shane Tracy. He's perhaps the leading HR specialist, professional behavioral analyst in Canada. And I worked very closely with him, and in revitalizing the organization, and we became very good friends. And Shane,
I tell you what, this is a class that you can kind of lick your lips at because they are all good from
We'll
top
just,
to bottom in their
let
own right.
Judge
You can do
Meadows give
just
his
about anything
comments.
with any of these cattle in here. It took me a little longer just because got to decide what you want to do off either end, and I just kind of find this solid black one right here. She just kind of fits the mold of what I'm looking for. She's neat and elegant there from the side. She's got enough rib cage laid into her, and she's neat there out of her lines. I think you pull her into motion, she's smooth off either end for sure. I just wish we could get down maybe a little deeper in that hill, but I'm getting kind of picky on a good one here. She's so elevated up front, so tucked up in her chest. One you got to like quite a bit. She goes ahead and wins. Young man's kind of blaze-faced female coming into second. She reads with a bit more trueness to the Simmental breed. I tell you, a little extra leather up front in that throat latch. But, man, she sure looks cowy and feminine there from the side. She's long and extended shoulders back. She's extended up front. I like just how much power and punch she has to that middle rib. She, too, gets out and goes plenty good enough for me here today. I just wish we were maybe just a cooler fronted heifer for me here today. The young lady's coming into third here. I tell you, one that packs a punch and really matches that second place female here. She's got enough rib and enough tone to the top side of her skeleton. I think just a good square made type female that gets out and goes plenty good enough for me. She reads maternal, she reads cowy. That's going to be a great breeding piece for that female, for that young lady there. I think coming out down in the fourth here, I think another just true type female. She's square made. She's good looking there from the side. She's got some power parts to her there as well. I like when she gets head high there, as you see the look there. She looks feminine enough for me, but I think when you put her into motion, she gets a little easy right there behind her shoulder. I wish we could hold that just a bit more level and a bit stronger there right behind her shoulder. But I surely think a good made female that's going to be an awesome breeding piece for that young lady there. Coming up next, you got one that's maybe just a shade quicker in terms of the maturity. She's a hip height shorter than the rest of them in here, but man, she's square, she's stout, and she's got a ton of rib in her. You got to like her there, and you got to appreciate the power parts she can bring to the table for sure. Put her into motion, she's going to run square off either end, and I really like that foot and that toe set that she's got laid in at the ground. Cool looking, big and boxy female there. And then kind of rounding out the class with these three here, I just think three that are long and tall and extended, and you got to appreciate them there. They're all good legged, they're all good looking there from the side. I just wish we had just more power and tone to them there out of that center rib. Awesome way to go ahead and end off the class. It's been a fun class from top to bottom for sure.
Leading off that class of Simmental heifers is ring number 108, Georgia Stanley with Excel, She's a Hidden Gem, 409N. In second, ring number 27, Owen Pletch with OPSC, Ms. Hay Next Level, 55N. In third, ring number 13, Chelsea Stevens with Stuart Nelly, 15N. In fourth, ring number 98, Avery Gowan with HW Fantasia, 132N. In fifth, ring number 16, IRCC Nutmeg, 587N. In sixth, ring number 92, Ethan Passo with KBCC Dazzle Me, 220N. In seventh, ring number 61, Paige Baldwin with Todd Redlass, 23N.
In 8th ring number 5, Megan Prowse with Academy Hill Netty 13N. Now entering the ring is our third heat of Simmental heifers. These heifers are aged January 10th to February 1st.
Okay, Mike, we'll continue on here. Now go ahead and pick up where you left off.
Yeah, so this gentleman I spoke about, Dr. Shane Tracy, we became very close friends and worked through for several years to revitalize the organization. And Shane has been encouraging me most lately to document, to write a book. So I'm in the process now of doing that, the early process of it, enjoying it. Shane, his occupation now is coaching CEOs globally on leadership. So it's certainly nice to have his feedback and have his support on this. But what I'm going to be writing about, it won't be a romance novel. It won't be that. Well, what it will be.
Well, that's probably not a good thing.
What I'm going to do is merge the passion with what I hope to believe is my talent, which is marketing and sales, with livestock. And I think when we look, Paul, at our industry, where people really get intimidated is in the marketing side of it. And I think there's some things that I can maybe help to impart there to give people something to reflect on. Most sales books about sales and selling and so on, they're hard to read. Even the most passionate seller, it's ass-numbing to read some of these books. They're just
okay.
So I want to take a lighthearted approach to it and touch on the tools and basics that people may find useful in being able to market their livestock, and also document some interesting things over my life in the livestock industry that might be interesting or humorous to people.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make this book. Anybody can write a book, but it's hard to write a book that people want to read.
Right. One of the things that everybody said to me, "Oh, you're great at visiting with people. Now you'd be a great salesperson." Well, that's quite the opposite, because I don't close. I don't have that ability to close a sale, and I know that. So I don't really didn't get into that. I didn't do a good job at being just a person on. I'd be a good representative, but that actual asking for the order is, I found very hard for me.
There's a lot of books that totally focus on closing the deal, and all I'll say is, and there's a multitude of articles, books, and so on that center around that. My only comment is, good sellers aren't convincing people, they're helping people. So the closing starts at the beginning, and if you sincerely want to help other people, you can sell.
Yeah, and I guess that's how Laura and I perceive our herd, is when you buy an animal from us, you're not buying an animal per se, you're buying a whole service. We will help you right straight through if you want it. And we're starting to get a little traction, but we aren't real aggressive people. And it would be cool to read stuff like this, and I think it's great. And I don't think anyone should just be pigeonholed to say, yeah, I'm just a farmer and I'm not a seller and that. And we need to keep learning. And I'm in my 60s, but I really like to. Now I'm enamored with this AI, trying to figure out how it can help me learn things, not just do pictures and stuff like that, but how I can learn some stuff and do some good studying on it to pick things up.
It's interesting. There's no typical, we think of sales people that are really good at what they do. People ask me, well, what's the secret? How do you do it? What's the secret? Some of the most soft-spoken, understated, humble, introverted people I know are the best leaders and sellers. No one likes to be pushed into buying something.
Mm-hmm.
People like to associate with people that make them feel good. And the people that are sincerely wanting to help other people, in my view, are the people that excel at marketing and sales. They do all the right things, and the little things are done, and the big things look after themselves.
Okay,
So-
that's interesting. I do like this stuff. So as long as it's a light read and there's lots of pictures for me.
Well, there'll be some interesting stories in there about some of the events and things that have happened to me. But when I walk around the barn here today and you talk to people, you see people, it's remarkable how much so many of these people have experienced. You just don't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
People that have organized sales or won major championships or traveled to places, done things. We just see them in this environment.
Right.
But it's amazing when you get talking to people just how much other people know.
Yeah, it's yeah, you can learn from other people a lot, the good way and the bad way, but you at least learn what is successful for other people and then pick the good parts out for your own program. And I think there are a lot of tips that you can do.
I tell you what, a bit tougher class to really read into here, and I just side with the female right here, this young man's red female that just gets out and goes. And in this class, structure is a big deal for me. In this class, she probably does it the best. She's complete. She's uniform. She's cowy there from the side. Now, she's the coolest necked and the coolest headed in this class. Absolutely not. But, man, I tell you what, we just get back down to basics, and we keep cattle, and this is going to be a good moving heifer right here for this young man for a long time. A lot to breed on, too, a lot to use right here on her, and I think a bright, bright future for this young man here. I just like the completeness of the female in second. I like just how she's another, too, and that's going to get out and walk for many a day. She's good there out of her angles. I like her there up front. I like her there out of that center rib for that young lady there. She's neat when you get her parked off there from the side. I think good there out of her lines, and I surely think one that's going to have a bright future for this young lady here. I think one coming into third, again, I think you could say the same thing about her as probably the first one to win the class. She's got a little extra chest in her. She's not probably as neat and elegant up front as some of the ones I've used today. She's got a pack full of rib right there for sure. She's big there on the top side of her skeleton. She's stout everywhere. I think just one you can tie onto for power parts and do it very quickly. One you can like right there for just that easy type moving, breeding type female for that young lady there. One you come into fourth, I really like this female. I do. I like her when she's stopped and planted. I like her when she look at her from the side. She's big and robust in that center rib. She's good there out of her lines when she's parked. You see her problem when you pull her into motion. She just opens up the most out of her front end. She gets out there and goes. She wants to swing those front two legs. Guys, she doesn't get out and move like she should. I really wish we could upgrade her out of those angles to her front shoulders. I wish we'd get out better out of her knee and go, but that's kind of why she stands where she does today. But I tell you, a really great job by the ones that put her together in the back. I like that heifer a lot. I just wish I could get that one moving a whole lot better, and she'd win the class pretty easy. Same thing for the one right behind her. I think when you get this one stopped and planted and you really evaluate, as a cattle evaluator right here, you evaluate the angle of her shoulder. She's good. She's good out of the angle to her shoulder. She can move. She stepped off the trailer wrong. She just can't get out and go here today. She's wanting to roach up in her back. But I tell you what, a good made one when you get her parked and planted. She reaches off of that front end, okay on that off side, and reaches real nice off those rear two as well. I think just a good moderate frame female leaving the class there. I think it's a toss-up on bottom right here for me. And the reason I think so, I just think this baldy female just puts herself together maybe just a bit better there from the side. She's a bit neater there out of her lines. She's neater there out of her head and her chest floor. And I think just her underline just fulfills it just a shade better than the one right behind her. I like when you get this one stopped and planted. She gets comfortable off those rear two. She sits down to the angles, and I really like her for that. Now the one rounding out the class, I think one that's long and extended, and you got to like a lot of parts about her. She's got enough rib here. She just gets kind of overpowered and out-horsed by some of those ahead of her. I just wish she would get down and get more comfortable off those rear two. She wants to sit a bit more upright, get on the front side of that toe off those back two. But I think if we upgrade her there, I think you move this one up quite a bit here in the class.
Leading off this third heat of Simmental heifers is ring number 126, Massey Reinhardt with DKMB Spice Girl 4N. In second, ring number 99, Andy Gowan with Eden Fancy Andy 9N. In third, ring number 40, Hazel Krentz with Outset AMCC Shea 110M. In fourth, ring number 116, Peyton Hastings with RPCC Excel Red Natural Beauty. In 5th, ring number 5, Megan Prowse with Academy Hill Mira 9N. In 6th, ring number 44, Paige De Silva with JCF Nevada. In 7th, ring number 125, Albert Reinhardt with DKMB Naomi. Now entering the ring is the final heat of Simmental breeding heifers. These heifers are aged January 1st to 9th.
Well, Mike, I want to just continue on this if we can. Talking about this, the marketing thing, and different soft-spoken people and stuff like that. And at these junior shows, they have live marketing for the kids in the breed shows that they have, and maybe someone that's outside of the industry might be able to help those kids a little bit as far as whether they're nervous or shy or just help them in their approach to marketing. What are your thoughts on that? Do you have to, is marketing, or do you have to be involved in the agriculture industry to be able to market an animal?
Well, there's some fundamentals and basics with marketing. It's understanding your value proposition. Like, what are you proposing to the marketplace? So, are you bringing best results or best value? I mean, you have to pick a place in the market and then get good at it. For example, think of marketing. Big box stores like Walmart, their proposition is best price, or the illusion of it, and they're very, very good at everything they do. How they build their buildings.
We are still looking for the driver of the Chrysler 300 parked in front of a trailer.
Proposition of price.
DJAY
People have to
668.
understand what their value.
Please move your vehicle as soon as possible, or it will be towed.
That's what I have, a little tiny group of cattle, and I manage them well, and I try to get value.
Yep.
But I position myself in the market based on what I think is my best value proposition.
Okay.
So I think when talking to kids, I want them to tell me what their expectations are. What are their goals?
Okay, so it's not a one-size-fits-all.
Hell no.
Okay.
Nope.
And that's a good way for kids to learn that everybody has different, and you're saying it's nice to be different, but being different isn't just good enough. You have to be good at being different.
The real success in marketing comes from distinctive value and differentiating yourself in the marketplace. And that's about building brands. And that you have to have a brand or a label that resonates, that people like and they feel comfortable with and they're confident with it. But definitely, you have to pick out your value proposition and then ask yourself, why me? Why would someone buy from me and not from you, Paul, or from Eric over here? What's going to make them buy from me? Okay, that's the question you have to answer every single day in marketing.
Yep.
Why us? Why my company? Why my product? Why my solution? Why my product? Like, why my heifer?
Mm-hmm.
And so creativity really plays into it. And, selling ideas or selling concepts, sometimes you'll see creativity where I've seen sellers sell really good show heifers to kids, get good money for them, but there's all this other packaging around it where they go to Louisville with the kids, like they take the cattle for them, they do all these, you've seen all these these customer support, marketing support systems in place. But people see value in that, and they'll pay for that. Value is defined by the buyer.
So
not by the seller. The buyers define the value.
So I'll interrupt you there on a little bit, though, Mike. Now, without me setting the bar of being a winner myself, it's pretty hard to sell that. Yeah, we'll take your heifer to Louisville, but if I haven't won at that level ahead of time, that's a tough one. Wouldn't you not say?
Sure is. That's not going to work.
Yeah. So that you would change your focus.
You have to have realistic goals and expectations. You can't, just because someone else is selling $20,000 heifers in a sale doesn't mean you're going to. Doesn't mean you can't.
Right.
But you have to take a look at what they're doing. You can learn a lot just by observation and watching what successful people do. What are their behaviors? What are they doing to be successful? What are they not doing?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
No, I just, we have a lot of people that are in our business that have been very successful, and they're selling show heifers and that. And I just look at the Angus side that I know of some of my friends down in the States and that, and they sell a lot of show heifers to young people. They'll bring them back in the summertime before junior nationals. They'll work like a small clinic right at their farm, and then they'll all head off to junior nationals and that. But one of the things that I respect the most from those people is they don't keep a heifer and show against those people. And their
I think
kids
another really fun
show
class, and I
another
tell you, the
breed, so
Simmental
they're not
breed is,
competing against
make me work for the paycheck for sure on this division right here. And I tell you, it's such a challenge when you get some like this that are just so different, and you want to change them in so many different ways. But man, I tell you, this is a good one to go ahead and get started with. I tell you, she just reads with a ton of quality there from the side. She's high tine, she's neat made, she's big and bold there to that center rib. I like when you put her in motion. She gets out and goes plenty good enough for me. And I just like her there out of her line. She's good from tail head to the top of her pole. I like that one quite a bit. She goes ahead and gets the nod to win, and does it pretty quickly. I think breeds in some old semi-type qualities, but still has a lot of that new design with that show heifer look there from the side. I really like the one coming into second, too. I think she's another one that's kind of a heads-high type female. She, too, is flat-shouldered and neat there in her design. I like her there out of her rib. I like her there on the top side of her skeleton. I wish we could get her just a bit softer there off those rear, too. I wish we could just get her to go down just a hair more out of that heel. But I surely think one that's going to be a great breeding piece. She's super maternal there from the side. She's super cowy there, too. A really nice one there coming into second. I think the young lady's coming into third. She can match kind of the color palette of the winner of the class. And I just think one that's got enough rib for me come there into third. I think when you compare her right back to the one right ahead of her, I wish there was just a shade more on the upper side of that rib and right there behind that shoulder. I wish she, too, would get down just a shade more off those rear, too, for sure. But I like her out of her lines. I like her there from the side. And I surely think she looks feminine enough to me to go ahead and run into that third spot. Young man's coming into fourth. I think this is your old color right here, but being a red semi right here. And we got several of these at the house for sure. But I really like the rib and that tone and that body of this one here. And I surely like that extra stoutness that she's got. You compare her back to the three right ahead of her. Is she the coolest about her head and neck? No. Is she a bit out there in terms of her navel? Sure. But I tell you what, that's a good breeding piece right there. You get down in this lower end, she still moves right. She's still square enough for me. I like that one as a great breeding piece there. Young lady's coming into fifth. You got one right here. You see her parked and planted there. She's stout. She's square. I like the rib. You pull her into motion. She wants to open up just a shade out of that front end. She gets a bit too vertical for me from hock to ground. I like to soften her, like to lay her back in the angle there for sure. But I surely like the look at her there from the side, like the blades up front. And she's feminine enough there for me, too. I think coming up next, you got this solid black one. And, man, she packs a punch in that middle rib. I like her there out of that lower quarter. I just wish she'd set down a bit softer off those rear, too. She gets a bit timid moving. She wants to step on the front side of that one's toe. And I really wish I could coordinate her just a bit better from hock to ground. But I surely think one there that's got a ton of body, got a ton of hip shape and rib shape right there for sure. I just wish I could strengthen her there off those rear, too. And then coming up next, you got one that just kind of gets a bit too cowy out here for me. She gets a bit too out there in front on the front side of that one's chest. She reads a bit older there on the top side of her shoulder and the top side of her neck. I wish we could just stouten her up at the ground. She gets a bit too small bone for me in this class. She gets a bit too small, a bit too plain there in her regular bone makeup. Wish we could just open this one up right there behind her shoulder. She's got a ton of middle rib, but I just wish we could just stouten her up there at the ground. And then rounding out the class, you just got one that just gets overpowered, outperformed. She gets a bit too vertical for me from top to bottom, from the top side of that one's hock to the bottom side of the floor. I wish we could just make her just a bit more steady there off those rear, too, for sure, and really just lay her back in her hip just a shade. But a nice one to go ahead and round out the class with.
Leading out that final heat of Simmental heifers is ring number 88, Gus Reed with Cades, Nicki Minaj 2N. In second, ring number 16, Paige Haynes with Haynes Miss Nashville 106N. In third, ring number 56, Haley Irwine with RPCC Black Niche 205N. In fourth, ring number 125, Albert Reinhardt with DKMB Nadia 2N. In fifth, ring number 5, Megan Prouse with Academy Hill Nancy 2N. In sixth, ring number 122, Charlotte Campbell with Academy Hill Nugget. In seventh, ring number 24, Molly Arnold with Wisers Odin Nala. In eighth, ring number 45, Penny Getty with VBS 1N Nora. Now entering the ring is our Simmental female champion. We'll be looking for our speckles after a photo break.
Okay, Mike, we'll just finish up here what we were going on.
Well, we were just talking about sellers competing with their customers and others that don't and have programs and ways of supporting their customers. I think it comes down, sometimes you have to make a choice. Do I want to be successful in the show ring or the sale ring? Which one's more important to me? And I think we see some organizations.
If there are representatives from Scott Show Cattle or Roseland Land and Cattle, please make your way to the photo area.
In how they supported, they got good money for their calves, and they manage them, they fit them, they install them in Louisville, and they help their customers through to success. So I think they made a choice.
And I told the guys up there at the stand, I said, that the Charolais and Angus kind of blew me out of the water. And I thought y'all really
Mike,
knew
thanks
how to
for
make
joining
those
us.
things
We look
around
forward
here,
to
and
the
I tell you,
book.
these semis are next
We're
level.
going to
And,
let Will
really
explain
kinda like
his
scraping my
champion
brain over here
Simmental,
on which way to
and
go
then
on
we'll
some of
carry
these, just
on.
because they're so good there from top to bottom. There's several out here I like these things from top to bottom, and I like some of those that are out there behind us, but I surely think an awesome group. I'm going to go out there and show you the two that I like for your Grand Reserve, but let's be sure to give this group of kids and this group of cattle a big round of applause.
Congratulations to ring number 88, Sage Buchanan with Cades Nicki Minaj 2N. Congratulations to Georgia Stanley with Excel. She's a hidden gem 409N, your reserve champion Simmental female. Congratulations.
What do you think, Paul? Was that set of cattle here in the Simmental show as good as we've seen so far today?
Yeah, I really like that. I like that heifer that won for sure, and numbers wise, of course, big, and then depth for sure. Depth was really good.
It was a very nice show.
Young man just went out there with a red heifer, give a little smile to his mom. Or at least I think it was a smile. I'm not really sure.
You think it was his mom?
I know it was his mom. I know for sure, 100%. Old Massey Reinhardt, his mom was smiling, and I'm not sure he was smiling back at her. Well, Eric, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I think we got the Speckle Parks left, and then we're going to go into our champion drive, maybe.
Sure, that'll be great.
We've got, just a small class. There are 4 of the Speckle Park, and takeaways from the show so far, Eric. What?
Well, I think it's very, very well organized. It's a good set of cattle, great set of kids. Kids are getting keener every year, and we're going to have some not only fitters, but I think really good livestock people coming up to the industry. They've got some leadership behind them, and my hat's off to these kids.
Yeah, I agree, and you nailed it. These kids need a platform to get out there to learn and stuff like that. One thing I meant to bring up, Eric, was you received a text there about the Charolais female that was champion Charolais. Her mother was purchased. How did that one go?
Well, her mother won
won Denver.
Her mother won Denver, yes.
Her between division and the championship class. And it just so happened that breeder said in his text form here that he had used more of a show bull, but used him on an EPD female. And that mix is what you've got to do, guys. I mean, you got to take the best of all worlds you can do and do it right.
So that if you missed it earlier, we were talking about the EPDs, how they aren't the be-all and end-all, but they're definitely a tool for us to work with.
Sure.
And then go ahead and, do basically, I would call that like an in-breed heterosis, like a crossbreeding as well, right in the breed. And I do really appreciate, and this guy that bred that female, he's a well-known Charolais guy that's had a lot of success, Eric.
A lot to be said for Saskatchewan at times, isn't there, Paulie?
You betcha. Yep, he's done a great job with that breed, and for as long as I could remember, Dennis has been one of the ones that have been a leader in that. So it was just thought I'd throw that out as far as a notable cow family or a notable winner in the
and how those mating programs can work,
and we talk about that show heifer coming back to do well as a mama. We've had a few examples here, which is kind of what we had talked about with that possibility of a futurity at the at say the junior show in a few years if there's room. Well, like I said, we're just waiting on these. I just had my daughter drop me off a Easter egg here, so that's my sugar limit for the day, Eric.
We're going to see a nice set of heifers come out here in this Supreme.
I can't wait to see.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see. I think
it's going to get pretty deep, Paulie.
What do you think? Nikki Ross says an Angus sweep.
Oh, boy.
Going out.
Angus cattle look nice out here today. I thought there were 3 Charolais heifers that looked really, really smoky to me.
Yep.
I thought there were 4 or 5 nice semi-heifers.
That was a pretty good Simmental that just won that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice heifer.
Yep.
Still pretty fresh.
She's going to probably hit Waterloo with that Charolais heifer, though.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
The Shorthorn or the Charolais is going to ring the bell.
If I had to go ahead and bet on one right now, that's one I'd probably go with.
Yep, I'm certainly not going to argue with you on that one, but I'm not going to agree with you either.
Oh, I wouldn't want you to.
No, I think I honestly, with the quality of this show and the numbers, getting back into that any breed drive has been pretty good today.
Oh yeah, and we're going to see a nice Shorthorn heifer out there.
Yes.
There was take note, there was a white Shorthorn heifer that stood about 3rd in class. She'll be a factor big time in the fall.
We didn't, it's funny, our viewing point or vantage at where we're looking, we can't quite see the cattle.
Well,
maybe like they
some
can.
Some of us can see them, some of us can't.
Well, he's got his x-ray glasses on, but anyway. They get over on that far side, and the ones that have already pulled in get blocking our view out. So sometimes we do miss them, but when we're just talking about 1 or 2, so you can't really blame us if we don't pick out the class winner. We'll just say it's because we can't see that far.
We're blinded by the light.
Yeah, blinded by the light. I think somebody should write a song like that. Well, we're down to our committee here doing all the work, and this could be interesting. The bat phone just rang, Eric.
Oh, no.
Yep, I'm going to check my messages. I think it's an
phone?
important call.
Shoe phone?
Yep. You're fired, Huey Ross.
Thank you. Hey, Huey, we've mentioned your name a few times today.
No, you're fired. He says you're an Angus disciple, and you picked the Charolais. You're fired. I think maybe Huey might be a Trump disciple. You're fired.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They both look pretty good, Hugh. Both Angus females. Yeah, there's some good ones.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely some good ones.
Thank you.
Eric's stealing all the Easter eggs.
It's okay, Paulie. You get to hide yours in 2 weeks
Okay, here we go. We got Hank Weir leading off with a judgment call heifer in our Speckle Park division, and then Hank's got another one with a splash of black gotcha. Sam Haley is going to come in with Laredo
Speckle
daughter,
Parks, aged
and
January
Josie
10th
Fadden
to March 12th.
has a general daughter. We'll go from January 10th to March 12th.
Just 4 heifers in this class again, Paul, but they're nice females. Got a very attractive fronted heifer leading off the class. We've got a long-sided, clean-made heifer. We've got a really stout, well-balanced female standing next in line. And then we got the big stout heifer that's maybe just a nickel's worth shorter front, but boy, there's a lot of mass and volume
Yeah,
there.
you get in behind her. When she made that turn here, she's pretty wide-topped. We could play a game of euchre on her back.
She reminded me of some of the Marvel heifers I've seen today.
Yeah. You keep shying away when I talk about playing cards, Eric.
You're the one that's a sore sport. Thank goodness your wife came through and finally paid your debt from, 30 years ago? 40 years ago.
45 years ago.
45 years ago.
So
who's counting?
But wait a second. He cheated. For you people out there, Eric and my brother were table talking, and they cheated.
How can we table talk when we're in the back of a Suburban?
Because
so truthfully, I've
you
never
said
actually judged
Spady's
the division
Ranch.
of Speckle Parks. I've seen
my brother
one or
said,
two
I've been there
in
3
my
times.
home
So you
state,
made it
only
Spades.
a couple on the judging roads in America. So I think it's kind of neat. to
Anyway,
go ahead and
if
see
you
the division, see
see
the kind of quality
a deck
y'all
of
have
cards
right
on
here
the
in this
side of
breed.
Highway
I sat with a
17,
young man with a black
you know
hat
that
right
we were
here,
through
and I
there.
just think this one, man, she does
It
a
was
lot
darn
right.
close.
And she's so good looking there from the side. She's heads high. She looks so neat there, the way she lays her neck into her shoulder. She gets out and goes plenty good. She's square. She's neat made. And I surely like that elegant look there from the side while still having that cowie, that more maternal cowie rib there in the center for sure. I like the one, that darker one there right behind her. I just think one that just reads with a ton of quality and a ton of cowie in this to her. She's stout. She's powerful, man. She's opened up on the top side of her skeleton. And I really like how just big and bulky she is there in her middle rib. I just think one, that you compare her back to the one right ahead of her. She's a little shorter neck. She's coarser there to shoulder, and she's coarser there on the top side of her neck. I wish we could just lengthen her up, flatten her there at her shoulder, but I surely think another big stout made one, big moving one right there for sure. Young man coming in the third. I think you get off the top side of this class, you get back into these two here. I think the two that are just maybe a shade greener. I just like this one that's maybe got just a shade more white to him here, just a bit more bulky there to that center rib, a bit better there at the ground, more foot and bone there for sure, but surely moves a bit better off those rear two. I just wish there was more of that female there. And then rounding out the class, I like the length of body. I like the stoutness on the top side of this one. Skeleton, and just how level and neat she comes there out of the spine. I wish we could open her up and lengthen her up there on the front side of her shoulder. And I wish we could just give her just a bit more foot and bone there at the ground. Good class, way to end it. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause.
Leading off this class of Speckle Park heifers and your automatic champion Speckle Park heifers, ring number 17, Sam Haley with Trestle Creek Knight's Wish 13N. In second, and your reserve champion Speckle Park, ring number 51, Josie Fadden with Trestle Creek Scallop Navy 3N. In third, ring number 117, Hank Weir with Steel Nyla 11N. And in fourth, ring number 117, Hank Weir with Steel Natalie 10N. Following the photos for the Speckle Parks, we will move right into our champion drive. For our champion drive, we'll be taking the champions and putting them in the ring. We'll be stacking the reserves along the side of the ring towards the sponsorship banners.
Okay, guys, we're just before the Supreme Drive comes in, we're going to grab an Angus breeder in here. Chad Double D Taylor's going to join us, and Eric's going to ask him a few questions. So I'll pass over the golden mic, and Chad can answer some questions from Eric.
Hey, Chad, welcome. This is going global, okay? And worldwide. Question. What's the reasoning for you coming out early like that in the year?
Well, I guess before I answer that question, a big hats off to the committee members here in the show. Well-run, organized show. It is an early show, and maybe we're not the best equipped at home with indoor wash racks or anything like that, but we manage at home. But it's a good way to it's been a long winter, so it's nice to get out and see fellow breeders and get reconnected in the industry and have visits with fellow competitors, of course. And yeah, we enjoy showing. I have 2 nieces and a son that shows with my herd, CNS Livestock. So yeah, we have fun doing it. It's kind of a passion and a hobby of ours.
And how did you feel about where you measured up?
Oh, I think it was an excellent show. Will did a fabulous job judging and analyzing the cattle and giving reasons on how he saw the classes.
And how will you use this platform in the future? What do you think is going to happen on your breeding program? Is it going to change?
No, I think we have a plan in place on our farm and on our herd for production and things of that nature. So it's definitely a tool in a tool box to meet new producers and showcase our cattle and what our breeding program looks like.
Right. Very good. And how's this show compare with other junior shows that you've gone to?
Well, this would be a good elite show. Most of them that we tag or go to are pretty competitive shows as well, so I wouldn't say one's extremely better than the next, or else we probably wouldn't participate in them.
Okay. Oh, we're sure glad to see you down here. You had a nice string of heifers here this year. But what do you think the future holds for CNS as far as cow-wise? How many cows are you running right now, and what are you going to run in the future?
Well, right now we have about 30 cows, so I think cow numbers are down across the province and industry, and it's a great time to be in the beef industry. So I think you'll see our numbers increase over the next couple of years.
Very good. Chad, we're going to have to let you go. We're getting ready for the Supreme lineup here, so.
Yep. Thanks for having me, and best of safe drive home to everyone.
As we get rolling here for our Supreme Drive, we wanted to go through our full list of sponsors with you and get a big round of applause for them. So, Brant Contracting, Clare Lane Stock Farm, Huron Tractor, Bogart Cattle Company, Brant Cattlemen's Association, Showfresh H2O, Stonewick Grange, Glenfiddich Galloways, Tom Stull Trucking, Merritt Insurance, Jones Feed Mills, DLMS, ST Genetics, New Life Mills, Farm Credit Canada, Ontario Shorthorn Association, Trestle Creek Cattle Company, Glen Islay Genetics, Scott Show Cattle, Roseland Custom Farming, Canadian Speckle Park Association, and Chris Speckle Park, Fletcher Trailers, and Master Feeds, Jacob Auctions, JC Cattle Co., Libro Credit Union, and HD Mutual Insurance Company. Clark Family Farms and Nicky Ross Cattle Services have also been a fantastic sponsors of our event. We're super happy to have had the help around the ring, and we've got our commentators here, Rick and Paul, that have spent all day chatting on the cattle going through the ring. Congratulations to them on making it through without killing each other, and it'll be a great entertaining watch for everybody that is at home and would like to watch back on it as we move forward throughout the year. We're, as the Spring Forward Committee is also putting on another event this year. We are hosting an event in May in Woodstock, a growing forward fitting and showing clinic. We're having John Gevlinger come, Registrations are open for our Growing Forward Fitting and Showing Clinic. If you have questions or would like to be a part of that, please reach out to our committee. We'd be happy to get you a part of it. It is the last weekend in May in Woodstock. Yeah, reach out, and it'll be a great time, a great learning experience for everyone. All right, we are ready to begin our Supreme Drive today. Entering the ring first is our champion Galloway Haley Dawson with Cranberry Hill Nougat. In next is our champion Angus Emily Hartle with Sherry Lynn A1 Penelope 2N. Our champion Charolais with Jackson Corner SVY Jewel 555N. Our champion Crossbred with Alexa Hurley with Nelly 1N. Our champion percentage Simmental with Grace Dudgeon DDGN exactly 503N. Our champion Red Angus exhibited by Sadie Buchanan with Red GCS Priscilla 211N. Our champion Shorthorn with Josie Crawford, Croftdown Lucy 06N. Our champion Simmental exhibited by Sage Buchanan, Cades Nicki Minaj 2N. Our champion Hereford exhibited by Peyton Donays, Elm Lodge Nirvana 30N. Our champion, Speckle Park. Sam Haley exhibiting Trestle Creek, Night Wish 13N. Now entering the ring with our reserve Galloway, Dylan Garrettson with Suncrest, Not a Chance. Our reserve Angus, Curly Watson with SA Sophie 501. Our reserve Charolais, Sadie Dudgeon with Miss Prairie Cove 570N. Our reserve Crossbred with Maya Hurley, H5 Nessie 8N. Our reserve Hereford, Katie Cox exhibiting Double H Zumba 217N. Our reserve Red Angus, Nathan Swackhammer with Red Bonavista Nova 1N. Our reserve Shorthorn with Paige Lougheed with Millbrook She's a Candy TB 328N. our reserve percentage Simmental, Grace Owen Pletch with OPSC Night Rose 86N. And our reserve Simmental Georgia Stanley with Excel She's a Hidden Gem 409M. And our reserve Speckle Park Josie Fadden with Trestle Creek Scallop Navy 3N. And our reserve bred and owned is Owen Pletch with OPSC Miss Hay Next Level 55N. Let's have a full round of applause for all of our champions today.
Well, Eric, it's kind of nice
You know,
to...
I always think it's real funny from a judge's perspective.
I guess we better stop here.
When everybody comes in at the end and starts looking at me, I'm like, man, y'all must really want me to show y'all who wins and who loses. But guys, I truly want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for having me out. You know, I sit here and I think, just a small town guy from South Alabama in the United States. You know, if y'all don't know where that's at, apparently we beat y'all in hockey some time ago. I was just waiting to say that, and I just wanted to make sure I did that right before I ran to my car and left. Hey, yeah, it's all jokes aside. Guys, I truly, this has been one of my favorite shows, if not the favorite show I've ever done. And I say that because y'all have been so attentive both 2 days. You've got a staff that is second to none. I told them, I said, guys, I'll find you a spot if you want to come have a show in America and show us American boys how it's done. Because, guys, you got to thank this staff. They're second to none. I told the ring staff. I told the ones that are on top of the box here. The camera lady, man, she plays great music, and still she plays that one song. Baby Shark. I'm not going to call it out by any means. I absolutely despise that song. I help with the preschool department at my church. I've heard it more than once, and it's rather annoying. So she does a great job with that. The ring staff, second to none. Guys, they have been keeping you in line. They've been keeping me in line. They've brought awesome cattle to me the whole time. Adam, thank you, sir. I know you do not like attention. This man showed me what a real sport was the other night, where kicking and screaming and bloody noses are encouraged, and the fans are like out of this world, insane you would say, especially those that were beating on the glass. I asked him many questions, but that was so much fun. You know, they say when you come into America, come down south, there's something called Southern culture. They treat you real nice. Y'all don't have sweet tea here, but you do have that Southern culture. You have that hospitality that's second to none. Y'all have treated me like home, and I cannot thank y'all enough about that. That is something right there. Myself as a judge coming across the country, coming across to somewhere I don't usually go. Guys, thank you. Thank you for that. You know, and I'm going to sit here and tell you this one thing. And I tell this to everyone that I come and judge for. I've made a lot of calls. I've made a lot of calls the last 2 days. Some you might like, some you might not like, all right? I put some up and I put some down. I put your kids at the top of the class. I put them down at the bottom in showmanship. I picked some cattle you might have liked. I picked some cattle you might have been like, oh, man, he really missed that one. And I hope you didn't say that. But I've made a lot of calls, guys, at the end of the day that you might agree with, you might disagree with. Frankly, guys, it doesn't bother me. I don't really care. And the reason I say that is because, guys, you asked me to bring my opinion and show you the cattle that I like, and I did that, all right? But I hope that one thing that we all agree on is that, man, we serve a good Father that put us here this morning. You hear me? He woke us up this morning. He put breath in our lungs. And guys, we get to do this. How great is our great God Almighty? And we get to do this on Sunday. Guys, I just think, to me, that is just the most compelling part about this all. He breathes breath into our lungs. We get to work with his amazing animals. We get to go out and do this each and every day. And man, it all brought us here today. How awesome is that? I mean, that is just truly compelling to me. So, I know y'all have heard me talk a lot the last 2 days. And if you watch me on social media, I talk a lot more there too. Guys, thank you for listening. Thank you for letting me describe these cattle. It has been my honor and my privilege. Thank you all again. I'm going to go show you the two that I like the best. And let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Our champion female today going to Jackson Corner with SVY Jewel 555N. Congratulations.
Well, there's your supreme female. That's Jackson Corner's Charolais heifer, and that was the heifer that we got the note from Dennis about. So congratulations if you're out there, Dennis, and Team Nostat and everybody else included this heifer. Very nice female.
Our reserve champion female today going to Emily Hartle with Sherry Lynn A1 Prairie. Congratulations, everyone. It's been a pleasure to host you here in Ancaster for our 5th show here. We look forward to seeing everybody in 2027. Keep an eye on our Facebook page for more info on our clinic coming up.
Emily Hartle with
it's just fantastic to be able to host the kids here and be a part of this great event. Thank you to Will for coming up to the Great White North here and being a part of our great event. It's been a fantastic experience for everybody around the ring. Thank you to Stacy at Innovation Media for all that she does in the ring. Check out her website to order your photos. Nikki here doing our wonderful job on the video camera. Ding and Dong over here on our commentary. Adam Black with Ringside App. And all of our great sponsors, especially Trestle Creek coming in today as a last-minute sponsor. A great event was had by all. Congratulations, everyone. It's been a great weekend.